There are wrecks that never crashed, hulls without storm, decks without time. There are parts of the ocean where sonar misfires, where pressure folds in on itself, where ships vanish and return, empty, intact, or changed in ways no blueprint can explain. A trawler found sealed with warm bread in its galley, a lifeboat still tethered to a vessel no longer afloat, a ship that sank once, and then again and again. These aren't sailor stories. These were documented, logged, investigated, and then quietly forgotten. Tonight we drift into their waters, not to explain, but to feel, to listen, to wonder. Before we begin, tell me, where are you listening from, and what time is it right now? Drop it in the comments. Let's see how far these wrecks still echo. From your room to the trench, from lullaby tides to rusted silence. Let's begin. It sank once, completely, visibly, under the watch of 3 lighthouses. There were 16 souls aboard. Not one came back. The hull split open on a shallow reef, the sea folding in, as if welcoming something it had been waiting for. Wreckage washed ashore for days. Oil drums, a single child's doll, a sealed crate of silks. That should have been the end. But it wasn't. Some time later, the same ship was found again, upright, drifting 30 miles south of its grave. Same name, same build. Aboard, no crew, no decay, only a faint humming from below deck. The logbook was blank, except for one line at the end. Same wind, same dream, something remembers. Divers inspected the wreck and confirmed the original still lay beneath the reef, broken, unmoved. 2 wrecks, 1 identity. Then it happened again, and again. Never raised, never salvaged, yet returning each time with new damage, new absence, as if trying to correct something. They began calling it the ship that forgets it sank. It's been found 5 times now, each time just a little different, and always alone. They found it frozen into the edge of a glacial shelf, standing perfectly upright, as if placed there by hand. The ship had no heat source, no anchor deployed, no reason to remain. Yet, it had not moved in days. The hull was clean, ribs exposed, and the name carved with deliberate care into the wood. Inside, the fog was thin but breathing, coiling slowly along the beams like something thinking. No bodies, no rot, just boots lined neatly outside the crew quarters, and a staircase leading below that curved longer than it should have. On the lower deck, a single lantern flickered with no oil inside, and carved into the support beam beside it were 7 words. This is the 3rd time, tell it to stop. Investigators turned back before reaching the hold. No one wanted to descend further. When the wreck was logged and marked for return, satellite tracking lost its coordinates within hours. 1 search party returned. They said they found it again, but it was upside down, embedded in the ice above them. Same name, same ship. But the rope tied to the entry hatch was on the outside, swinging slowly in a wind that hadn't started yet. It was half buried in sand where no tide reached. No recent storm, no flood. Just a schooner seated quietly in a coastal dune, its bow aimed inland like it had arrived by decision. The hull bore scratches that resembled writing, though no linguist could decipher it. The lower deck was dry, too dry. Inside were 12 sealed envelopes, each tied with waxed thread, labelled with names that didn't exist in any registry. Their contents weren't letters, they were drawings, diagrams of rooms that didn't exist on the ship, doors that looped back into themselves, a staircase with no bottom. The last envelope contained a list of names, many crossed out, 1 circled, yours. The paper was warm. A local museum accepted the documents, but they vanished from storage a week later. The ship was towed, but during the final mile toward harbour, the towing cable lifted into the air, not snapped, lifted. The ship rose slightly, rotated, and dropped silently back into the sea. Divers went after it. They found only its impression in the sand, perfect outline, no wood, no metal, just salt. A radio signal drifted across 3 continents, before someone noticed it was on a channel no longer in use. It repeated a single phrase in perfect clarity. Please respond. No stars. No depth. Please respond. The coordinates it broadcasted led to a fog bank over open sea. Inside was a steel-hulled ship, drifting at 5 knots. No registration. No flag. The name on the stern was eroded, but the letters still whispered something coherent when the wind caught them. Hargrave Bell. It hadn't sailed in decades. Inside, every room was preserved, untouched, dustless. A kettle was whistling. Beds were made, but no crew. The radio had no power source. Its plug was disconnected, yet the signal continued. A message in the captain's log read, "The silence is pushing back now. I think it's learning." When the ship was moved, the signal stopped. For 4 nights after, amateur radio stations across the hemisphere picked up fragments of laughter. Not electronic noise, not static. Laughter, always at the same time, 2:14 a.m. And then it stopped completely, like a switch was flipped, or like someone realized they were being heard. It wasn't a ship anyone expected to return. The Jane had been declared gone long ago, with all 12 crew presumed dead. Then one morning it was there, resting against the side of a lighthouse, as if placed down gently like a gift. The sea hadn't been rough, the lighthouse keeper hadn't heard anything, but the ship's hull was pressed flush against the landward wall, far above high tide. Inside, warm air, unlit lanterns, and 12 sets of clothes folded neatly on the floor, boots aligned, belts coiled, not a single mark of struggle. On the captain's chair sat a nameplate that hadn't been seen in decades. A second one was nailed to the lighthouse door that night. Jane's return. No tools, no nails, no sound, just there. The keeper, who had lived there alone for 9 years, locked the lighthouse from the outside and walked into the woods. He was never found. The ship was pushed back into sea and intentionally scuttled. 3 days later, it returned, this time bow first. The same clothes, the same stillness. Only difference, all 12 boots were now facing the ladder. The ocean floor near a remote trench revealed a structure unlike anything seen before. It wasn't sonar noise, it was a shape, moving slowly beneath a passing trawler, 12 feet below the surface, fully intact, glowing faint green. The crew stared down and saw it. A wooden deck, railings intact, lanterns swaying gently though no wind touched the water. They radioed for confirmation. The Coast Guard dispatched divers, but when they arrived, there was nothing, only open water. The crew above still saw it, hovering there beneath them like a thought suspended. Hours passed. Then the signal cut out. The trawler was found adrift later that evening, unmanned. The logbook was open on the helm, its last line handwritten in pencil. It's still down there. It wants to be followed. Weeks later, another vessel saw the same glow, same distance below, same shape. But this time, the ship's silhouette turned, as if it knew it had been noticed. They say the wreck beneath the shelf was breathing. The team that first located it through sonar thought it was a whale. The rhythm matched a pulse, slow and steady. But the shape was wrong, angular, geometric. A ship covered in sediment but undamaged. As they approached, their equipment failed, pressure sensors froze, lights dimmed, and the pilot's watch began to tick backwards. They never touched the wreck. They didn't need to. It moved, not away, not toward. It adjusted, as if shifting in its sleep. On the submersible's camera, they caught only one frame before it failed entirely. The silhouette of a figure, standing on the deck, not in a diving suit, not moving, just watching. When the footage was replayed later, the frame was missing, only a soft static hum remained. The wreck has never been found again, but the pilot still dreams of it, and in every dream, the figure is closer. The ship had no name, no number, just a spiral carved into its hull, shallow and endless. It was spotted during a satellite sweep, visible only during low tides under a waxing moon. A drone was sent to investigate. For 4 seconds it caught footage of the vessel, massive, silent, unburied. Then it vanished. Not sank, vanished. Heat signatures remained in the water, though nothing emitted them. Weeks later, petrified wood fragments washed up on a nearby shore. They were warm to the touch, and marked with barnacles, not native to this planet. No one claimed the wreck, no country, no owner. Some think it was never a ship, just a shape the ocean chose to wear. Others believe it only appears when you stop trying to see it. They've since named it the spiral that watches. But those who try to find it again either forget what they were looking for or disappear mid-sentence, staring at open sea. It wasn't supposed to be a wreck. It was a functioning charter, elegant and modern, heading toward calm waters. Then it vanished from radar. No distress call, no weather, just absence. 2 weeks later, it was spotted near the edge of restricted waters, pristine and still, on board, no crew, no logbook, but mirrors. Every cabin mirror was etched with Morse code, the same message again and again: door open, door open, door open. Even stranger, one mirror bore the message, etched from the other side of the glass: no brakes, no access. As if written from within, the ship was brought into port. The next morning, the mirrors had moved, rearranged themselves into a spiral on the galley floor. Surveillance caught nothing. One technician insisted he saw a reflection of a hallway that didn't exist in the footage. After the third night, the mirrors were destroyed, but the message kept returning, this time not in code, just a whisper, heard during inspections. It always came from behind. No record ever showed the ship's launch. It had no paperwork, no origin, but it was real. It was floating, in perfect condition, found in a lagoon where the tide never reached. Locals said it arrived after a long silence. No splash, no wake. It was simply there. The wood was dry, the ropes freshly coiled. Every drawer and cabinet was empty, except for one, hidden behind the helm. Inside, a photograph. A dinner table, set for 10, with empty chairs. Each chair had a nameplate, but only one name was legible, not a name, a word: observer. Underneath the photo, someone had written in charcoal: only the watcher is allowed to leave. No one stayed aboard that night. By dawn, the ship had vanished. A week later, the photo was found again, on the door of a nearby fisherman's hut. The same image, only now the chair labelled observer was pulled out, and wet footprints led into the sea. The ocean was flat that day. No wind, no birds, no movement at all, except the ship. It drifted in slow circles, spiralling inward, as if tracing something beneath it. The hull bore no name, no damage. Its sails were intact but slack. As the recovery team boarded, they found it silent, too silent. Even the floorboards made no sound when stepped on. Below deck, everything was in place. Notebooks half filled, mugs still warm, a chessboard mid-game, but the pieces weren't normal. Each one carved into a face, all different, none familiar, and one of them, smaller than the rest, had eyes. Real eyes, wet, blinking. It was placed in checkmate. The captain's log was open beside it, the ink still wet, the last line reading: "It knows we're looking down on it." As the team prepared to leave, one of them vanished, just gone. No splash, no scream, only the chessboard had changed, one piece removed, the eye now closed. There's a part of the coast where things don't wash ashore. They arrive, whole, chosen. A fishing boat passed through one morning, and spotted a black shape resting on the shallows. It was a barge, heavy, iron, sealed tight. No markings, no entrance. Divers inspected the seams, and found no welds, just smooth, solid metal, like it had grown that way. At sunset, it opened. No key, no code. It just opened, groaning like a door in a dream. Inside was nothing, just a single chair, bolted to the floor, facing a mirror. On the mirror, a foggy imprint of a face, smiling. The chair was warm. Beneath it, a message had been etched into the floor: seat still occupied, no one dared sit. The barge was sealed again. By morning it was gone. Only the imprint remained, on the ocean, in the fog, in the dreams of those who saw it. That same smile, every night. It drifted into the harbour backwards. No crew, no lights. The tide wasn't pulling. It wasn't being pushed. It was coming in as if summoned. The vessel was known, but wrong. Its name misspelled. Its colour inverted. Its length a metre too short. Inside were echoes. Actual echoes. Bouncing off surfaces that should have absorbed them. Words repeated minutes after being spoken, but only once. Never twice. The kitchen fire was lit, a meal half cooked, bread rising on the counter, and a clock ticking, not forward, but side to side, swinging like a pendulum between two realities. The guest log listed names, not of people, but of places. Some crossed out, one circled, below. No one could figure out what it meant, until a diver noticed a second hull beneath the ship, perfectly mirrored, as if a twin had sunken under it like a reflection that refused to fade. But when he tried to reach it, he came up gasping, holding a boarding pass, with today's date. The ship shouldn't float, not with its hull split and spine exposed like that. But there it was, drifting calmly near the fog line, leaking nothing. It looked like a carcass carved hollow and set back out to sea. Inside, no floors, just depth. An endless shaft where the stairs should have ended. One rescuer dropped a flare and watched it fall for 10 seconds. Then 20. Then silence. No impact. A bell rang from below. No wind to carry it. Just a chime. Deep and slow. They left quickly. But one man kept hearing the bell for days. Always from the same direction, no matter where he turned. On the third night he packed a bag and walked into the water. He was found 2 days later, washed up near the same ship, still dry, still upright. In his pocket, a photograph of a ladder disappearing into darkness. On the back it's still ringing. The sandbank shouldn't hold weight, but this wreck had been there long enough to grow roots. Not metaphorical ones. Actual roots, sprouting from the beams, anchoring it into the shoreline, like it had decided to stay. No one remembered it arriving. It had no damage. But the sails were torn in the exact same pattern as storm maps from a region hundreds of miles away. Inside, salt crusted every window from the inside out. A piano sat mid-deck, keys swollen, a single note stuck down, he-4, humming eternally. Beneath it, the tide was warm, not boiling, just warm enough to feel wrong. And under the captain's cot, they found something that had no place aboard. A fire alarm from a modern high-rise. Melted, still blinking. No explanation. No matches in maritime records. The ship has since been claimed by the sand. But on foggy mornings, children say they hear the piano, and sometimes that one note changes. They said it was made of bone, not wood, not steel. Bone. The texture was wrong. Fibrous, too warm, too willing to be touched. The wreck rested at the edge of a coral shelf, in waters too still for accidents, and too shallow for storms. It didn't crash, it settled, like something returned to its bed. A cage stood in the middle of the deck. Iron, tall enough for a man, locked from the outside, nothing inside but air, and 3 claw marks on the floor, burned into the planks. The ship bore no name, but the same word appeared over and over, scratched into walls, etched beneath handles, bitten into wood by something without lips. That word, keep. A diver swam beneath the wreck, and found the same word inked in coral, pulsing faintly. They marked the location, left buoys, set up sensors. When they returned, everything was gone. No wreck, no cage, not even disturbed sediment. Only coral, grown outward in a perfect circle. In the center the cage again, unlocked now, sitting upright, not rusted, not cold, still warm, like it remembered every hand that tried to open it before, and still breathing, just once, softly. There was no mast, no sail, no anchor, just a body of a ship, gliding through a marsh channel, too narrow for its bulk, moving with a kind of grace only seen in dream logic. The first to see it was a solo kayaker, who watched it weave silently through reeds, without leaving a wake. The hull was covered in mirrors, not decorative, not polished, just broken fragments fixed in place, each no bigger than a hand. He paddled closer, hoping to glimpse his reflection, but the mirrors didn't reflect him. They reflected sky, endless skies he didn't recognize, stars in formations not mapped on any chart, some swirling slowly, others fixed and watching. As he drifted alongside, the ship stopped. The air thickened, one mirror began to fog, and within it, a room he hadn't seen in years. His childhood bedroom, empty but lit, with the closet door open, just a little too wide. He turned panicked, paddled fast. When he reached shore, the ship was gone, but his paddle was missing its grip, replaced with a mirror shard. Later, others found his kayak floating still. Inside it, his paddle, restored. The mirror now showed only water, but it never showed the one holding it. It was seen through the ice. Not a wreck, a ship, fully intact, sitting just beneath the frozen lid of a lake that had never been charted for vessels. The hull was visible, pressed close to the ice, as if whispering against it. A research team set up a base nearby, thinking they'd found something ancient, trapped, preserved, waiting. But the ship didn't look dead. The wood gleamed faintly, the rails weren't splintered, and as night fell, a dim glow bloomed from its lower deck, pulsing like a heartbeat. They lowered a camera. It captured the shape of a dining room below. A full spread laid on the table, glasses half filled, chairs slightly pulled back. On the walls, picture frames turned inward. Only one showed its image, a spiral staircase curling deeper than the ship's hull should allow. Then the footage cut to black. Not static, black. For the next 4 hours, the microphone recorded a low breath, rhythmic, patient. The next morning, the ice was solid again. No sign of the opening, no light below. But near their equipment, they found a fork, wet, still holding a curled strand of hair. Underneath it, written in frost on the camera lens, "Come back down." A splintered deck floated beside a mangrove island. Its boards rotted unevenly, but the nails holding them were new. The wood was warped and old, yet somehow warm beneath touch, as if something had passed through recently. The current was slow, but the platform kept moving against it, gently, like a raft following a memory. A dive team found the rest of the ship's skeleton wedged below in the reeds, every beam sunken but aligned perfectly, like the wreck had chosen where to rest. Inside, rooms still held breath, air pockets that hadn't collapsed. A bell hung at the center of what should have been the engine room, its clapper missing, but it rang when they approached, softly, not metal on metal. It sounded like glass cracking underwater. They surfaced, took samples, marked the site. By the time they returned the next morning, the bell had floated to the surface, dry, whole, and ringing in short bursts. On its rim, carved deeply, a phrase no one heard spoken aloud: "Don't look up." That night, clouds cleared. One team member walked into the surf without gear, eyes wide, whispering, "It's above us." The water never took him, but the sky did. It wasn't wreckage that emerged. It was the full ship, upright, slow, climbing out of a morning fog bank, like it had been resting just beneath the surface. A fishing crew saw it first. No sails, no crew, no sound, but the creak of timber adjusting to the air. The name plate on its side was freshly painted, but in a language no one on board recognized. When they climbed aboard, every clock on the vessel ticked in unison, forward, then back, then stopped. On the navigation table was a single folded map, not of oceans, not of coastlines, but of a single room, a square chamber, with no doors, no windows, and a mark at the center labeled U. As they explored, the doors began closing behind them, not slamming, sealing. One by one, they re-emerged, shaken, but one man remained below. When they returned with help, the ship was gone. Only his boots were found on the dock, dry, laced. Inside one was the map, now updated, one chair placed at the center of the room. Beneath it, in tiny red letters, occupied. The wreck had a heartbeat. That's what the divers kept saying after they surfaced. Pale, silent, trembling. They had descended into a sunken bay where no light reached, chasing a sonar ping that echoed irregularly, almost like breath. What they found was a ship laid on its side, ribs cracked but intact, and from within its broken hull came a low vibration, not sound, vibration. Like standing too close to a speaker that wasn't playing anything. They found no bodies, only dozens of lanterns, each still swinging slowly, as if someone had passed through seconds before. On the inner wall of the cargo hold was an impression of a hand, not pressed, embedded, burnt into the timber. It pulsed when touched, not warm, alive. One diver dared press their hand to it, and gasped. His own pulse synced instantly to the wood. He ripped his hand away, shot to the surface, and never dove again. The sonar signal hasn't stopped since. Every 6 minutes, it returns. Same tone, same rhythm, same message hidden deep beneath the noise. You are not alone down here. And each time it broadcasts, the wreck's position shifts, just by a few inches, but always closer. It was docked, but no one remembered it. Arriving. A pristine yacht, tied to an abandoned pier, untouched by salt or time. Its name was a palindrome, not a known one, just a word that read the same forward and back, meaningless until spoken aloud, and then it echoed wrong. Aboard, the air was too still, not calm, still, like breath had been removed from the concept of space itself. The cabinets were filled with sealed jars of seawater, each labeled with coordinates. No two were the same. One jar was warm. Inside it, a feather. Another held a grain of sand, spinning endlessly, without force. At the helm sat a compass that spun only when no one looked. When a crew tried to tow the yacht inland, the engine of their own vessel overheated, the metal warped, the propellers bent inward, like they'd been pulled. The yacht stayed motionless. At sunset, the jars began to glow. One burst. Inside the shards was a tiny mouth, smiling, not human, still breathing. That night, every buoy in the marina went silent. No bobbing, no drift, just silence, and the compass spinning clockwise now, pointing to nowhere. A passenger ferry reappeared after being missing for weeks. No distress signal, no evidence of capsizing. It simply floated back into harbour one morning, low in the water, but still above the line. All 50 seats were empty, except for the first row, each with a set of headphones, all plugged into nothing. Every one of them was playing a different frequency. Low hums, sharp pulses, something like static, but layered with words no translator could decode. On the floor beneath them was a puddle, not salt water, but ink, thick, black, and warm. A recorder left on board began playing back voices on its own, always whispering in threes, sometimes a countdown, sometimes a warning. One technician fell asleep aboard during the tow. He woke hours later with both ears bleeding, whispering a message no one recognized in a language that didn't match his own. He never returned to work. The ferry was impounded. 2 days later, it disappeared from the dry dock, vanished without tracks. In its place sat a single headphone, gently humming, resting on folded clothes that matched the technician's. Beneath them was a boarding ticket, still stamped, one word printed at the top: repeat. They said it couldn't have come from this world. The ship was shaped wrong, too narrow, too low, too alive. Its exterior shimmered even in shadow, a surface more like skin than hull, and it resonated faintly when spoken near. When divers approached, their lights bent toward it, not away, toward, like gravity, remembered something they didn't. One described the sensation of being watched, not from the vessel, but from inside their own mask. Cameras refused to focus. Pressure gauges spun slowly in circles, matching the ship's vibration. No entrance was found, no windows. Just a small keyhole near the stern, embedded like a birthmark. One diver touched it. The ship made a sound like a breath reversing. They surfaced immediately. That night, the diver spoke in his sleep, repeating numbers no one understood. The next day, the ship was gone. But in the diver's locker, someone had placed a note. It wasn't written, it was grown, veins forming letters. The message, it unlocked something. He never returned to the water, but sometimes he walks to the shore and hums. The same tone, always the same. It was stitched together. That's what the salvage team said when they first saw it, not built. Stitched. Pieces of different vessels, different materials, even different centuries woven into one floating patchwork. A schooner mast connected to a steel hull, wooden beams threaded with iron rods, and sails made of something that rippled like paper, but held against the wind. It had no crew, but it sailed. The deck bore strange markings, circle within circle, spiraling into a point just beneath the helm. When someone stood in the center, everything went quiet. Wind, waves, thought. The world held its breath, then the sound returned, louder, sharper, and the person would step away, unable to explain what they saw in the silence. Some claimed it showed them places they hadn't yet been. Others, things they never wanted to remember. The ship was eventually chained to a floating dock, but by morning the chains had unraveled, not broken, just unwound neatly into the water. The vessel was gone. Only the spiral remained, burned into the dockwood, warm to the touch, and beside it, etched gently into the surface, a single phrase, "Now it remembers too." The ship sat upright in the desert, not a sandbar, not a dried basin, a desert, miles from any known shoreline, its hull buried halfway in red dust. Satellites caught it first, mistaking it for an artificial installation, until the shadows revealed the curve of a deck, sails rotted but still straining, as if catching wind that had long since died. No roads led to it, no tire marks, no signs of arrival. The only prints were animal, small, bird-like, in tight concentric patterns circling the base. Inside, nothing had decayed, not a speck of dust, not a crack in the glass. The galley table was set, plates full, still warm. One investigator stepped aboard and disappeared between frames of drone footage. Gone, no panic. Just a gap, like a sentence ending in the middle of a word. They found his voice days later, playing softly from a locked cabinet, in a language no one on his team spoke. One translator claimed it was just a lullaby, a warning disguised as comfort. She wouldn't repeat it aloud. The next morning, the ship was gone, but its outline remained charred into the sand, and beside it, that same lullaby, humming faintly from beneath the ground. The hull had no color. It absorbed light instead of reflecting it, a matte black void that hovered just above the waves, never touching them. It was first spotted by a fisherman, who followed its wake, only to realize it left none. He swore the stars above it dimmed as he neared, like it swallowed not just color, but memory. The ship had no railings, no name, just a door at the center of the deck, a door that was open, showing stairs that descended into nothing. He boarded alone, left his phone recording. The footage survived. He did not. On tape, he descends slowly, breathing steady, whispering to himself. Then he stops, leans forward, whispers, "I see me." Then the tape cuts. An hour of black screen follows, but in the silence static forms patterns, coordinates, always changing. Different places, different depths. The ship has appeared at all of them, for minutes at a time, and every time someone enters, the same thing happens. Gone, replaced by a single item floating nearby, never the same. Except once, a reflection, not a person, just their expression, frozen mid-recognition, and a whisper under the surface, "You saw too much." They call it the whisper barge. It doesn't float, it hovers, 4 feet above the water, casting no reflection, drawing no wake. You only see it when your eyes are closed. That's what witnesses say. When the lids drop, the image burns clear, an open deck, a table filled with broken compasses, all pointing in different directions. The sound of waves that aren't there, the scent of salt in a forest. People who've seen it in dreams wake with damp clothes, sand in their teeth, salt crusting their fingernails. One woman awoke with an object in her hand, a page from a logbook written in her own handwriting. She had no memory of writing it. The last entry read, "We all left, except the one who listened." They placed the page in storage. It dissolved a week later, melted, not burned. Since then, more sightings have come, but always at the edge of consciousness, half seen between waking and sleep. Always the same table, always the same sound, and always the feeling that something has just stepped behind you, not close, not touching, but near enough to hear your breath and match it. The fog parted without wind. Not pushed, not blown, pulled back like curtains, revealing a three-masted ship that no one remembered building. It wasn't wrecked, it wasn't aged, it was incomplete. Half of its planks still exposed like a model mid-construction, but the unfinished parts didn't show interior. They showed more ocean, rippling where walls should be, as if reality had been misprinted. A group of sailors found it by accident, docking to investigate. The moment they stepped aboard, their watches stopped, not at the same time. Each one froze at a different second. Inside, the ship was silent. Not still, silent. Sound didn't move there. They could see each other speak, but no words reached. One man wrote a note on the wall. "You have to think your voice." They tried, and it worked. But only thoughts whispered in fear carried through. Nothing calm, nothing ordinary. Only fear. When they left, none remembered the same layout. Every drawing they made afterward showed a different interior, except one detail: each had a mirror, and in every mirror, the back of their own head. It followed other ships. That's what captains began to report. A silhouette, always on the horizon behind them. Never closer, never farther. It matched their speed, reflected no sun, moved only when no one watched. A cargo ship's drone finally captured a frame of it. Blurry, yes, but clear enough to show what looked like a hull covered in eyes. Dozens of them, all closed, until the drone's battery died mid-air. One crew turned their cameras to the shape all day, but by midnight, every lens had cracked, and the ship was closer, within a mile. They sent out a flare, no reply, but they heard a splash. At dawn, a lifeboat from their own vessel floated near, completely dry inside, with no oars, and a notebook. Inside were their own entries, written in their hand, for days that hadn't happened yet. Each one described how they died. Not in storms, not by accident, just a phrase repeated, "Looked back too long." They burned the book, but the next day, it returned to the bridge, clean, sealed, waiting. They never opened it again, but the silhouette remains, always behind, always watching, never blinking, until you do. It came back wrong, that's all the harbour master could say. When asked what returned that night, the ship matched an old manifest, a supply cutter lost during an outbound run, but its dimensions were slightly off, an inch narrower, a foot shorter. Its name was right, but the font was different, thinner, more precise, and there was no anchor chain, just an empty well, where one should have been, rusted smooth, as if never used. The hold was filled with cargo, never ordered, candles shaped like fingers, jars filled with seawater, still swirling, each with a feather suspended in its center. The logbook contained entries written in second person. You climbed aboard, you looked too long, you heard the name, and now it hears you. At midnight, a bell rang from inside the hull, where no bell was ever installed. Divers opened the trapdoor and found it empty, except for a bed of wet sand. In the sand, 12 teeth, small, milk white, freshly shed. The ship vanished. The next tide, not drifted, vanished. But one candle remained, placed neatly at the end of the dock, its flame unlit but warm, waiting for breath or invitation. The vessel was found in a river that had no outlet to the sea, not a dammed river, not one connected by locks, completely landlocked. Locals spotted it at dawn, settled neatly against the bank, surrounded by fog that didn't rise with the sun. It had no name, just a carved emblem on its side, an eye stitched closed with 9 threads. A team climbed aboard. The air was thick and strangely dry. At the center of the ship was a spiral staircase that descended farther than the hull's depth should allow. 1 stepped down, 2 more followed. Only 1 returned, wide-eyed and silent. He'd written on his arm, "Below isn't deeper, it's louder." From that day on, he refused to go indoors. He said walls echoed now. He said doorways looked back. He said the river is trying to remember how to open. The vessel remains in place, untouched. Nothing grows near it. No fish pass beneath it. And at night, the fog returns, only this time from inside the ship, rolling upward from the open hatch, like smoke from a lit room with no fire. And always, the faint sound of something learning how to knock. The cruise liner had vanished without distress, with over 200 passengers, and no explanation. Months of searches yielded nothing, until it reappeared, completely intact, drifting into a bay known for calm waters and shallow depths. It moved as if guided, slow and deliberate, eventually resting beside the docks, as if returning to its assigned berth. But no one disembarked. A team entered cautiously. The cabins were in perfect condition. Beds made, meals uneaten, luggage untouched. Only the mirrors were different, each one covered with cloth, as if the ship itself had tried to forget its own face. In the ballroom, chairs were arranged in a spiral, around a single gramophone. It played no music, just a slow, low hum that shifted in frequency every hour. The clocks all ticked, but each at a different speed. And in the captain's quarters, the window was bricked over, from the inside. No mortar, just red bricks, hand-pressed and warm. When the ship was moved for inspection, it cracked, cleanly, neatly, right down the center. Inside the split hull was a second spiral of chairs, but these were filled with salt sculptures, shaped like the passengers, all turned to face the wall. A military vessel returned decades after it had been scuttled, rising fully intact in the middle of a placid lake. Its exterior showed no corrosion, but its flag had disintegrated into threads that moved even without wind. When boarded, the ship was cold. Too cold. Frost formed on surfaces, despite the warm season. The control room had been rewired, replaced by an enormous circular dial with no markings, slowly turning. No one could determine what it measured. The crew's quarters were empty, but in each bed lay a single stone, smooth, flat and engraved with coordinates, that led to no landmass. A final hallway led to a sealed room, marked only with the word nothing. It resisted every attempt to open. That night, one of the inspectors awoke screaming, clutching a stone he didn't take with him. On it was a new coordinate, his childhood home. He resigned and vanished within the week. The ship remains chained to a dock it was never built for. At night, the circular dial turns faster, and just before dawn, a fog creeps out from the seams of the sealed room. It carries no scent, only silence, and silence heavier than water. The schooner came in upside down, floating perfectly inverted, its masts submerged, its hull dry, as if the ocean had rolled over instead of the ship. It drifted into a cove and stopped. No waves, no wind, it just stopped. Divers explored underneath. The deck, now beneath the surface, was dry, completely dry. Tools lay where they'd been dropped. A plate of food was still warm. One diver swam toward the captain's cabin. As she approached, the doorway shifted, widening subtly. She paused, her camera cut out. The others pulled her back, and she surfaced gasping. She couldn't remember what happened, but her wetsuit was soaked on the inside. She had salt in her lungs, and in her hand, clenched tight, was a map, drawn in circles. Not coastlines, just circles, one inside another, labeled only with single words: forward, drift, reflect, surface. They towed the ship. It wouldn't move. The cables bent, then unraveled into individual threads, and fell into the sea. The next morning, the schooner was gone. But the tide had reversed. The cove now drained into the sea, and every time it emptied, the surface shimmered, not with sunlight, but with something looking back. They called it the echo ship. It was heard before it was seen, soft creaks, chains dragging, sails snapping in a wind that hadn't arrived yet. Then it drifted into view, sleek, tall, untouched by barnacle or weather, though no one had seen it built. It passed slowly by 3 fishing boats, never once changing speed, but every crew member on those boats heard something different coming from it. One heard their mother calling their name from beneath the waves. Another heard a child crying, the same cry he'd heard the day his son went missing. The third heard nothing, but found himself mouthing words he didn't know. They followed it, compelled, but the ship turned suddenly toward open water, gliding against the current. They tried to turn back, but every compass spun, GPS failed. When they finally found shore again, all their watches were gone, replaced with lockets. Each locket contained a photo, not of them, but of someone they almost remembered. In each picture, the echo ship was in the background, sometimes near, sometimes far, always facing the camera, always waiting. It was carved, not constructed. That was the first thing they noticed. The entire ship, from keel to crow's nest, looked like it had been hewn from a single impossibly massive piece of black wood. No joints, no seams, just one unbroken surface. It floated perfectly level, despite being hollow, despite having no ballast. A researcher knocked against the hull, expecting a dull thud. Instead, it rang out like a cathedral bell. The sound didn't fade. It kept going. Hours later, it still echoed, softer now, barely audible, but undeniably present. The interior had no sharp edges, only smooth curves, like the inside of a rib cage. In one chamber, water hung in the air, globes of it, suspended, pulsing gently. A notebook was found on the floor, only 1 page written. This place is older than water. No one knew what that meant. They left the ship, undisturbed. But days later, the bell sound returned, louder this time, coming from the ground beneath their feet, hundreds of miles from the ship. One by one, members of the team began to sleepwalk, always toward the water, and always whispering the same phrase. It's still ringing. It had no reflection. That was how they noticed it. Gliding silently through a harbour, its form casting no double in the sea. It looked normal, weathered, familiar, but the water beneath it remained perfectly smooth, as if refusing to acknowledge its presence. When they boarded, the first thing they found was a compass made entirely of glass. It spun freely, then stopped and pointed straight down. Every drawer, cabinet, and porthole had been sealed shut with wax. Not just any wax, wax shaped into fingers, all identical, all pointing inward. In the captain's logbook, every page had been torn out, except one. That page showed a detailed sketch of the ship itself, surrounded by reflections in the water, but none of them matched. Each showed the vessel in a different state, on fire, broken, overgrown with trees, half buried in sand, hovering above a desert. One reflection showed it split open, filled with teeth. They left the ship alone, posted a watch, but that night, it vanished. Only the wax remained, melted into a perfect ring. The tide has refused to enter the harbour since. Water simply stops at the edge, waiting, as if uncertain it should remember. The ship smelled like thunder, not ozone, not rain. Thunder, that sharp rising charge you feel in your teeth before lightning strikes. It was found adrift, sails torn to ribbons, but standing firm, its mast humming softly. A salvage team boarded and found the entire interior coated in ash. No fire damage, just ash, as if everything inside had exhaled dust. The only object untouched was a phonograph on the main deck. It played no music, just static, but underneath the static were pulses, like a heartbeat trying to imitate Morse code. One technician isolated the signal. It wasn't code, it was breathing, shallow, deliberate, matching the pulse of the crew aboard. They left. Fast. When they looked back, the ship had stopped moving, but the air above it shimmered, like heat rising off pavement, except cold. Later, one of the crew members played back the static again. His lights flickered. His shadow moved before he did, and from inside the speakers came a whisper. Not a threat, not a warning, just a truth that didn't belong in this world. You've already left. It appeared in multiple locations at once. Or so they say. Photographs from 3 different coastlines showed the same ship, same damage, same markings, same crooked mast, all taken within minutes of each other, confirmed by timestamp. Every image showed the same angle, same lighting, as if the ship had posed. When authorities arrived at the first sight, it was gone. At the second, the sea was boiling. At the third, they found a pile of driftwood, stacked neatly into the shape of a hull. Each piece bore carvings, symbols not in any known language, but when touched, they vibrated. Inside the largest driftwood beam was a hollow chamber, and within it, a bell, still warm, still ringing. One man touched it, and collapsed. He woke speaking a sentence no one recognized, then forgot it instantly. He cried when he realized he couldn't remember. That night, he disappeared. All they found was a wet photograph on his bed, one that matched the others, same ship, same angle, same hour. But this time the ship was closer, much closer, filling the entire frame. The wreck washed ashore fully intact, not on its side, not buried, just placed delicately, as though set there by something with enormous, gentle hands. It sat at the edge of a rocky cliff, 30 feet above the tide line, without a single scrape on the hull. Locals gathered. None could explain how it got there. A geologist confirmed the rocks hadn't shifted. There were no tracks, no sign of lifting, no recent storms, but the ship was there, anchored in place, by nothing. Inside, the walls were wet, not with seawater, but condensation, thick and warm. Plants grew from the floorboards, small violet-tinted moss that pulsed when stepped on. The crew quarters were filled with shoes, dozens of pairs, lined up, all dry, all unworn. And at the bow, a door that opened to nowhere, just sky. When opened, wind blew through the entire ship, even though the air outside was still. A child wandered in during the night, and emerged the next morning, holding a folded note. It read, "It remembers being carried. The ship has never moved since, but the moss continues to grow, and each year, the number of shoes increases. No one brings them. They just appear." It was made of sound. That's what the divers believe now. They saw it with their eyes. Yes, a ship-shaped outline shimmering beneath the surface. But the more they listened, the clearer it became. It echoed before it appeared. The water trembled with chords, not noise, chords, like an orchestra tuning just out of reach. One diver described it like hearing your own breath underwater, but in someone else's voice. They swam closer, and the outline sharpened. A hull, a mast, no color, just vibration. Instruments on board picked up no physical mass. But when they touched the water around it, their hands came back bruised, as if they'd pressed against something enormous and invisible. Then the melody changed, slower now, minor key. One diver surfaced bleeding from the ears, whispering a word he had never learned. Another followed, laughing uncontrollably, soaked in tears. The third never came back. His air gauge never dropped, just vanished. Later that week, one of their recording devices began playing on its own. No static, just the sound of a ship creaking, and underneath it, footsteps, crossing wood, getting closer, then stopping, and a whisper that sounded exactly like the missing diver. "It's almost solid." It was half sunk in boiling mud, found in a volcanic caldera that hadn't erupted in generations. Its deck still smoking, steam hissing from the seams between its planks. The vessel looked burned, but closer inspection revealed no scorch marks, only darkened wood, warped like it had been kneaded by heat and thought. A climbing team reached it, after a day's trek. They found the sails intact, made of something thin and glassy, whispering when touched, not flapping, whispering. The helm was fused in place, angled toward a ridge that no map acknowledged. On the captain's stand, a set of playing cards lay in a perfect fan, each depicting a different ocean, labeled not by name, but by feeling: grief, hunger, return, unmaking. One climber pocketed a card. That night, he was seen walking in circles around the campfire, tracing the same symbol in the dirt over and over. He disappeared before sunrise. In his tent, they found the card, but now it was blank and warm and humming. The ship still sits in the crater, but the steam has changed. It no longer rises, it falls back into the earth, carrying whispers that sound like memories no one remembers having. It came ashore during a lightning storm, but not from the water, from the sky. Witnesses say the clouds parted vertically, and from within them the ship descended, sails full despite no wind, ropes coiling like living things. It landed softly on a salt flat, dry and quiet, and sat there like it had always belonged. When approached, static filled the air. Cameras glitched, phones froze. The ship bore no signs of travel, no barnacles, no moss, no wear, just dust, evenly layered, as if placed by hand. A group climbed aboard and found a room filled with clocks, hundreds of them, none ticking, but each set to a different time. Not time zones, moments. One showed the exact second a team member was born, another, the last breath of someone he hadn't spoken to in years. One clock ticked forward, only one, every other remained still. That one was labeled now. They left the ship, confused, unsettled. Hours later, thunder rolled again. The clouds opened once more, and the ship lifted, silently without struggle. It rose into the sky, gone, but in its place remained a single clock, still ticking, still labeled now. But now, its hands were missing. It didn't move like a ship, it slid across the surface of the ocean like a thought through silk. No waves, no sound, just momentum and impossibility. Aboard a passing freighter, the crew watched in awe as it passed through their field of view, vanishing only when they blinked. But one photo captured it, blurred, stretched, like something caught between frames of a dream. Analysis showed the image contained more data than a photo should, layers hidden beneath, shapes faintly visible if the contrast was reversed. One shape matched the freighter's layout perfectly, down to the boots one man had left near the rail, but no such photo had ever been taken aboard. That night, they searched the deck. The boots were gone, in their place, a set of footprints in salt, but not walking away, walking toward the edge, where no one had been. And beneath the photo on the ship's console, a note in an unfamiliar hand: "You already boarded, you're just catching up." The message was short, 5 seconds, a burst of static, then silence, then static again, punctuated by a low voice that didn't match any crew member logged aboard. It was picked up on a routine frequency, one used for marine weather alerts, not ship-to-ship communication. At first it was dismissed as interference, but then it repeated, every hour, on the hour. The voice always said the same thing: still here, still listening. A nearby Coast Guard vessel triangulated the signal to an uncharted reef off the edge of the known maps, just outside a stretch of ocean, avoided by older fishermen, not out of superstition, they claimed, but out of respect. When they arrived, they saw no ship, just a massive length of rusting iron, partially embedded in coral, not a hull above the water, just the jagged spine of something long drowned. A submersible was sent down. Its lights barely reached past the murk, but the moment they hit metal, the sonar flared. From the dark came a pattern: one knock, then 2, then 7, a pause, then the knocks repeated. Someone aboard the wreck was tapping back, but the sonar operator grew pale. The knocks weren't from outside, they were coming from inside the sub. The signal started again in the headphones. Closer now, louder, still here, still listening. They surfaced immediately, but the sub's outer hull was warm, almost too hot to touch, and inside one of the recording devices, something had been etched, not carved, not scratched, but grown into the metal itself, like coral forming a word. "You heard me now." A salvage crew diving off a steep coastal shelf encountered something that should have collapsed under its own weight. An ironclad ship, ancient by its design but flawless in construction, balanced vertically against a wall of stone beneath the sea. Its bow pointed straight down, its stern just barely visible beneath the waves. Inside, it was wrong. Not rotted, not waterlogged, just unfinished. Corridors spiraled instead of turned. Doors led nowhere, some opening directly into stone, others into more doors. The divers felt their pressure gauges fluctuate, not from depth, but something else. When they spoke, their voices echoed long after they stopped, not through the water, through the metal, as if the hull had learned their cadence and was trying to repeat it. One diver paused in a central chamber. The walls vibrated. He touched a rivet and immediately convulsed. On his return, he was silent. He'd bitten through his mouthpiece. In his palm, clenched so hard it broke skin, was a small screw. Old, corroded, still wet, but etched with microscopic symbols, each shaped like a waveform. When cleaned, the pattern produced a tone. They played it through speakers. Every compass in the room spun. A porthole in the recovered wreck shattered, and from the nearby recorder, a voice not present on the dive echoed through the static. "You spoke first, now I will." The ferry hadn't been seen in decades. It was believed, lost, swallowed by one of the deep channels connecting inland bays. When it reappeared, it was drifting aimlessly. No captain, no signs of collision, no barnacle or rust. Its wood was darker than it had once been, stained in a hue no one could place. Something between ash and bruise. An investigation team boarded to document its state. But the moment they stepped on deck, their radio contact fractured, not cut off, looped. Their own voices played back to them seconds after they spoke, but slightly altered, words they didn't say, emotions they weren't feeling. In the bridge, the captain's log was intact. Each entry ended the same way. "The ship is learning me." The phrase repeated, becoming less like writing and more like transcription. Eventually, the handwriting was no longer human. The team began to feel nausea, not seasickness, a pressure behind the ears. When one of them leaned close to the bulkhead, they heard whispers, not coming through it, but from it, not in another room. From inside the metal, the hull vibrated in response to questions. When asked where it had been, the vibration froze, and all of them heard the answer in their minds at once. Not a sentence, not a word, but an overwhelming sensation. There is no surface anymore. They left the moment their feet touched another deck. The ferry groaned and sank straight down, vanishing in seconds. Divers off the coast of a black sand beach discovered a ship that didn't belong to any recorded design. It sat embedded into the seabed at a crooked angle, its body half consumed by rock, like it had been dropped before the island ever formed. But its lights were on, weak, yellow, flickering, like old gas lamps, struggling to remember fire. The entry hatch was open, door warped outward, as if something had left, not entered. Inside it wasn't hollow, it was layered, metal over wood, over bone, actual, fossilized bone fused into the ship's skeleton. One chamber had no gravity. Lights floated in orbs, flickering slowly. In that space, sound returned late. A diver clapped once. The sound arrived 3 seconds later. But not just the clap. A voice came with it, soft, confused. Where did everyone go? When played back on surface equipment, the voice wasn't in the recording, but every creak of the diver's equipment had warped into speech, into questions. The team kept the samples, analyzed the waveforms. Eventually, one researcher noticed that every sound the ship produced formed a word. Over months, they translated a full sentence from the hull's groans and creaks alone. It said, "You sank me, so I became something else." The team returned to find it again, but the coordinates led only to open sand, Where the ship had been, the seabed was smooth, except for one detail, a trail of letters carved in the stone, a reply, in their own voices. The wreck was sealed, not rusted shut, not jammed by debris, sealed like a tomb meant never to be disturbed. It rested at the base of an abyss, wedged perfectly into a canyon, carved by no known current. Here the submersible approached slowly. Lights flared against the wreck's outer skin, revealing it was covered in barnacles, shaped like mouths. Tiny lips opened mid-scream, fossilized in silence. No entry point, no visible damage, but the cameras began to pick up movement inside. Flickers of shadow, like something pacing just behind the walls. Then the metal breathed. Not metaphorically. The hull expanded and contracted, pushing silt aside with a slow rhythm too perfect to be mechanical. A heartbeat, some said. A pressure anomaly, said others. But then came the knocking from inside the hull. 4 rhythmic taps in a pattern that didn't repeat. The sub backed off. On the return ascent, the sonar displayed something rising behind them. Not fast, not aggressive, just rising. When they reached the surface, there was nothing there, but the dive log was overwritten. Not corrupted, overwritten. Every entry now read the same. It is not a ship, it is a mouth, and somewhere in the deep, the wreck continues to breathe. The trawler snagged something massive. Nets tore. The winch screamed. When they pulled it aboard, they found a perfect cube, metallic, seamless, and far too heavy for its size. It radiated cold. Not surface chill, but deep cold. The kind that seems to hum inside your teeth. As the crew examined it, one noticed the air had changed, not in temperature, but in shape. Words didn't come out right. Sentences bent mid-syllable. Someone asked the time, and another answered with a number no one had heard before. Not in seconds. In some other unit, the cube made no sound, but at night, it reflected light that wasn't there. One crew member stood too close and passed out. When he came to, his pupils were wide and slow to react. He whispered only one sentence. "It's thinking with us." They threw the cube overboard. It sank too fast, but their instruments recorded a new trench forming below. Something massive had uncoiled, something deeper than the floor. 2 weeks later, the trawler's name appeared again, logged by a port it had never visited. Identical specs. No crew aboard, only the cube. This time, warm. This time, humming. A sound emerged from the Mariana. Not a whale, not volcanic activity. Something different, slower, layered, as if a language was being whispered in reverse, underwater. The signal was faint, but consistent, repeating every 19 hours. Research vessels triangulated it to a trench wall, previously unexplored. They sent down drones. What they found wasn't a cave, but a tunnel, smooth, almost polished, carved with ridges too uniform for erosion. Lights flickered. One camera turned, not by motor, but like it had been held and moved. It focused on the wall. Carvings, not writing, symbols shaped like eyes, open and overlapping. Then came the pressure drop. Something massive had moved nearby, not swimming, shifting, sliding. The signal spiked, not in volume, but in complexity. Dozens of tones, a chorus of subsonic pulses, each causing physical discomfort in the listening team. Then, one word, clear, unmistakable, spoke through the signal chain. A voice made of echoes. Closer. The drones lost contact. But 2 days later, one resurfaced. Burnt, warped, cameras shattered. But inside its data drive was a final recorded image. The tunnel, stretching endlessly into dark, and carved above it, freshly gouged into the stone. You're already in. The team built the chamber in secret. A spherical submersible, wrapped in insulation and soundproofing, designed to descend into a location known only by nickname, the Hollow Gulf. Ships passed over it for generations, always reporting unease. Compasses lagged. Lights flickered. One captain claimed his dreams changed when passing overhead. Silent black dreams filled with rhythmic tapping. The new vessel was dropped into the Gulf, descending smoothly until it reached the silty base. That's when things stopped. not malfunctioned, stopped. Time. The descent timer froze. The operators still spoke, still moved, but the mission clock read the same number for 6 hours. Then the walls of the chamber began to bulge outward, not cracking, not under pressure, expanding, like the sea itself was inhaling. On the audio feed came a sound like reversed breathing, followed by words, not spoken, but etched across every monitor at once. Finally, someone listens. Inside the hull, the pressure returned to normal. Time resumed, but the voice remained, not on the speakers, in their minds. Each operator reported the same phrase the next morning. It remembers silence. They pulled the sub back. It came out smooth, polished, no screws, no bolts, like the sea had swallowed it, digested it, and handed it back as something else. It was supposed to be a standard sonar mapping expedition, an open patch of ocean marked for cable routing, nothing more. The crew was seasoned, the equipment flawless, and the weather charts clear. They dropped the scanner, and it pinged as expected, until something answered. Not once, not randomly, rhythmically. The return pulse didn't bounce back as an echo. It came with structure, space, and voice. The signal wasn't sonar at all. It was a reply. A language built on vibration, responding in beats. The frequency was too low for speakers, but when slowed, the pattern translated into something unmistakably deliberate. A shape, the outline of a ship, long, narrow, with a bow split in two, like jaws. But no such vessel was recorded in any registry. They laughed it off as interference. Then the images came. One by one, their onboard computers began generating renders of that same ship, not based on input, but spontaneously, with detail increasing over time. It began showing crew, faces they recognized, their own, staring back from windows. Then came the sounds. In the hallways of the research vessel, footsteps echoed long after the last shift passed through. Doors clicked open and shut when unobserved. In the recording room, someone whispered from inside the audio panel. They said their own names, but in a tone unfamiliar, calmer, older, like an echo of something that hadn't happened yet. The crew tried to delete the data. It wouldn't erase. New files appeared faster than they could be removed, all with the same timestamp, the exact moment they'd first heard the anomalous ping. They shut down the equipment. The lights dimmed on their own. The pulse continued, no longer from the scanner, but from the vessel itself. The hull began to sweat. Drops of brine formed along the steel, like condensation, but the air was dry. Salinity matched the trench beneath them. It was as if something from the depths was leaking into their ship, not water, not pressure, presence. In the mess hall, forks began to turn slightly on their own. At exactly midnight, every door on board closed at once, and a soft creaking echoed down the corridor. Nautical wood, not metal, something old, something remembering its shape. The expedition was aborted. They returned to port. But when they tried to disembark, every crew member heard the same sound. A bell, not outside, not in memory, inside the soles of their feet, ringing as if calling them back below. The shipwreck was discovered accidentally by a cargo vessel, rerouting to avoid a sudden storm. It wasn't marked on any sonar scan. It hadn't appeared in satellite imagery taken days before, but now it was there, sitting in shallow water, as if it had always been waiting, perfectly upright, with its sails strangely intact. They were made of fabric, yet stiff like glass, catching wind that didn't blow. No distress signals had ever been recorded in the area. There was no history of any vessel matching its silhouette. It wasn't on fire, or broken, or covered in coral. It simply looked paused. When the salvage team arrived the next morning, the ship had drifted 10 miles inland, not on water, over sand. It sat in the middle of a salt flat, nowhere near the tide, embedded slightly into the earth, like it had melted downward. No drag marks, no trail, no explanation. They climbed aboard with body cams rolling. Inside it was cold, unnaturally so, with condensation sliding upward along the inner walls. Instruments failed to record internal temperature, showing only static-filled displays with the phrase, "undefined environment." Beneath a sealed hatch, they found a locked chamber. It opened with no key, just touch. Inside was not a cargo hold, but a small theatre. Rows of empty seats faced a stage with a curtain swaying ever so gently. One team member walked forward and sat. The curtain rose. Behind it was a mirror, but it didn't show the room. It showed the sea, deep, black, and moving. Then it blinked. Not the mirror, the reflection. Everyone else reported nothing happening, but the man in the chair wouldn't speak again. He remained conscious, functional, but mute. For days afterward, he scribbled furiously in a notebook, drawing the same image again and again, the shipwreck, reflected in a mirror that floated not on water, but on sky. They airlifted the vessel to a private dock for study. Its mass was impossible. For its size, it should have weighed thousands more tons, but it floated on a film of water, no thicker than a paper towel. Analysis of the hull revealed microscopic movement, its structure realigning at all times, like it was breathing through wood. Late one night, the lead researcher stayed behind. He turned off all lights and sat in the same chair from the stage room. When the curtain rose again, the mirror was blank. Then the reflection faded in. This time it showed him, but not in the room, not in the chair. He was underwater. His eyes were open. Something swam past him, out of frame, slowly, immense. When the lights returned, he was gone. The ship hadn't moved, but on the mirror's surface, still slightly fogged, one fingerprint remained, perfectly centered, pressed from the inside. The ship was discovered beneath the desert. Not near it, beneath it. A drilling crew searching for aquifers hit something metallic at 200 feet. At first they assumed it was a buried storage tank, a remnant of forgotten industry. But when they exposed more of the surface, it revealed planking, wood, hardened under pressure, fossilized yet resonant when tapped. A sonar scan of the site shocked the entire team. What lay beneath was a full-length vessel, over 90 feet long, shaped like a schooner, but bent unnaturally at the bow, as if curved around something invisible. Its hull was intact. Even the mast remained, twisted sideways through compacted layers of rock and sand. The team halted drilling and called in archaeologists. But the moment excavation began, strange phenomena followed. Equipment failed. Watches slowed, not stopped. Slowed. One technician swore her digital watch had gained 23 seconds in a single hour, while another said his had lost 30. They tested instruments against atomic clocks. Each tool brought near the wreck drifted in time. When the first chamber was opened, it released no air, no gas, only sound. A sharp inhale, as if the ship itself had been holding its breath for centuries. And then faintly, the echo of gulls, a sound impossible in that place. There was no water, no birds, just the sun and the sand. The walls of the chamber were covered in silt, wet silt. Analysis found it chemically matched to deep-sea sediment. But the nearest sea was over 600 miles away. Inside the captain's quarters, a desk had collapsed under age, but a drawer remained sealed. When opened, they found a journal sealed in resin. Its first pages were blank, but overnight, words appeared, slowly, as though bleeding through from behind the paper. The language wasn't known, but a linguist noted that its structure echoed coastal dialects long lost, ones spoken by vanished tribes from opposite ends of the globe. That night, one of the researchers dreamed of being underwater, not drowning, but held, as though the sea itself had formed hands and cradled her. She awoke gasping, and the resin casing around the journal had shattered. The pages now read only one thing, repeating endlessly. The sky swallowed the sea, and we followed. The team attempted to extract the wreck, but the sand resisted. Every attempt to move it triggered tremors, not seismic events, localized pressure pulses, measured by instruments, all aligning with the heartbeat of someone on site. The person changed each time. It was as if the ship had begun sinking, choosing. Eventually excavation ceased. The site was covered again, but those who stood above it before the final burial say they still hear it at night. Not sounds from beneath the earth, but but from inside their rooms, the creak of wood, a sail tightening, water dripping onto tile. They've stopped calling it a shipwreck. Now they call it a memory that doesn't belong to anyone alive. It rose after the storm, not during, not from beneath the water, but out from within it, like something unfolding itself, after remembering how there had been no wreck in the region, no logs of missing ships. But when the ocean calmed and the clouds dissolved, there it was, floating just offshore. The hull was gleaming, metallic in parts, though clearly wooden. The architecture made no sense, half trawler, half galleon, and adorned with motifs that no historian could trace. Some claimed Polynesian influence, others, Norse. One professor said it wasn't built to move through water at all, it was shaped for sinking. Divers approached with caution, cameras rolling. The water around it vibrated, not loudly, but deep in the chest, low, steady pulses that grew more intense the closer they came. When they touched the hull, the sound stopped. So did the tide. Waves froze in place, not stilled, froze, as though paused mid-motion. They climbed aboard and found everything in perfect balance. Chairs standing, cups placed neatly, ropes curled like sleeping snakes. The ship wasn't damaged, it was paused, like someone hit stop on a moment. On the table in the crew quarters was a compass. Its needle spun slowly, counterclockwise, despite no magnetic interference nearby. They took it, brought it aboard their vessel. That night, things shifted. Equipment turned itself on. Voices played through the radios, in languages no one recognized, but all understood. They weren't instructions, they were greetings, and then, more intimate. One diver heard the voice of their deceased mother. Another heard a conversation they'd never had, yet remembered as real. Time on their ship began to loop. At 2 or 3 a.m., the same coffee spilled 3 times. The compass still spun. They returned it to the ghost ship. As soon as it touched the table again, the tide resumed. The wind returned. The waves exhaled. The ship began to recede, backwards, drifting toward a horizon that had become too wide. They tried to follow but found the ocean elongating. The vessel never got smaller, just further. And then it was gone. Where it had floated, the water glowed faintly, almost gently, not phosphorescence, memory. A curve in the ocean's skin, as if something massive had just risen from a long sleep and slipped away. Weeks later, one of the divers found a message carved into the inside of their goggles. It hadn't been there before. It hadn't scratched the surface. The plastic itself had grown around it, like bark. The message read, "We remember the ones who noticed. No one talks about the ship anymore, but those who saw it often wake in the middle of the night, with the taste of salt in their mouths." Their clocks all stopped at 2 or 3. It was found beneath the ice, miles inland from the nearest body of water, yet perfectly preserved, untouched by time or decay. Not shipwrecked. Not lost, just waiting. The expedition team had been searching for prehistoric plant life when their ground-penetrating radar returned a series of smooth, angular reflections, far too geometric for nature. Digging revealed a prow, sleek, sharp, not carved from wood or forged from iron, but formed, like it had been grown from a single element, under precise control. The ice surrounding it melted faster than expected, almost willingly, as if the ship wanted to be seen. Inside the vessel, there was no mold, no rot, no dust. Every surface was clean, every hinge still moved, but nothing aboard matched any known civilization. The ropes were pliable, made of translucent threads that shimmered in the dark. The mast extended upward past the ice wall that had enclosed it, vanishing into white. And the wheel, if it was one, responded not to pressure, but to presence. When approached, it turned gently, aligning to a point behind the team, toward a place none of them had noticed until that moment. A perfect circle in the wall, carved in ice, impossibly round. Through it was only light, pure white and humming like breath. One of the researchers stepped forward. He said later that he didn't want to walk through, but the sound felt like memory, a warmth that asked to be remembered. He disappeared for 12 minutes. The team's watchers confirmed it, but to him he'd been gone days. He returned older, grey around the eyes, skin puckered as though submerged. He carried something cupped in his palms, water that did not drip, held in form like glass. In it floated a miniature replica of the ship, spinning slowly, as if caught in an eternal current. They tried to photograph it, but the images always blurred. The object refused to reflect. Eventually the team left. They buried the entrance again, marking it in silence, with no coordinates recorded. But months later, one of their colleagues reported a dream, a ship on endless still water, never moving, yet always arriving. At its helm stood the man who'd stepped through the ice, smiling, holding the wheel. The dream was shared by 3 others on the same night. None spoke of it again, but each morning since, they find footprints on their window sills, wet, small, facing in, like something climbed up not to enter, but to watch. It surfaced in a place where water never ran deep, a tidal flat with only inches of depth at low tide, a place where no vessel should ever float. Yet there it was. A hull made of silvered wood, shaped like a spine, with ribs instead of rails, and a bow that curved up toward the sky like a question asked too long ago. Locals found it first. They thought it drifted in during a high tide, but when the water retreated, the ship remained, not beached, hovering an inch above the mud, casting no shadow. It made no sound. The birds that circled it didn't call. One boy climbed aboard while others watched. He stepped lightly, then sat near the center, where no helm or mast stood, just a circle of carvings, etched in spiral, textless and ancient, repeating endlessly. He touched the center, and the ship moved, not forward, not backward. It rotated slowly in place. The mud below never disturbed. The boy didn't come off for 2 days. When he did, he had no memory of what happened. But he now spoke in perfect fluency, a language no one taught him. Not gibberish, something structured, patterned. Linguists would later confirm its syntax resembled a blend of 5 extinct maritime dialects, never once spoken on the same continent. They asked him to speak again. He did, but only once. He whispered a phrase, and the recording equipment stopped working entirely. Batteries drained, memory wiped. The phrase translated, roughly, to "we never needed oceans, just the memory of one." That night, villagers reported light, coming from the deck. Not lanterns, not fire, a soft glow, pulsing gently from beneath the hull, which still never touched the ground. By morning, the ship was gone. The boy no longer remembered the language, but he started drawing ships he had never seen, each with different sails, keels and hulls, dozens, hundreds, each one labeled with names he claimed he heard in his sleep. When shown images of historical vessels from ancient cultures, he pointed out which ones weren't real, then listed which ones should have been. Not ships that sank, ships that were imagined but never built. He knew their dimensions, their intended paths, their final passengers. Some of the names matched ship designs found in sketches by long-dead builders, designs never completed, ships forgotten before they ever floated. When asked how he knew them, he paused and said, "Because they sailed somewhere else. No one has found the hovering ship since." But on the next spring tide, the flats revealed lines in the silt, curved perfectly, as if something enormous had once rested lightly above. And in the very center, etched into the earth, was the boy's name, carved from the inside out. The satellite passed over the open ocean, capturing standard surveillance images for a mapping project, wave patterns, thermal gradients, the usual blank slate of the sea. But when analysts reviewed the frames, one anomaly repeated across 3 sequential images: a ship, not faint, not blurred, clear, photographed from above, sitting still in an empty quadrant of the ocean, with no known traffic. It wasn't in the next pass, nor the one before, just those 3, identical angle, same position, no wake, no crew. The water around it was undisturbed, unnaturally flat, like it had settled on glass. Curious, they enhanced the image. The ship's design was alien, multi-tiered, lacking a rudder, with sails shaped like wings folded inward. There were no flags, no markings. But in the center of the deck was an object that caught the sun just right. a single upright mirror, perfectly circular, reflecting the sky back at the satellite lens. On closer examination, something changed. The third image's reflection no longer matched the sky. It reflected the satellite itself, a view impossible to capture, unless the mirror had known it was being watched. A vessel was dispatched. No signal, no trace. But when it arrived at the recorded coordinates, the sea was calm, almost too calm, not in weather, in sound, no birds, no wind. The sensors aboard the research vessel registered a frequency too low for humans to hear, but powerful enough to interfere with their depth gauges. They dropped sonar. The return came not from below, but from beside them, from open air. They scanned the skies, confused. Then a shadow passed beneath the hull, massive, silent, moving against the current. It circled once, then disappeared. The satellite team ran another pass. No ship, but this time they found something else. The research vessel, now with its deck altered, the image showed a new structure, small, circular, like a well. Analysts thought it was damage, until they enhanced the zoom. Inside the circle was water, perfectly still, a reflection of the other ship. 1 week later, a package arrived at the satellite agency, no return address. Inside, a photo Polaroid, the same ship, but taken from the inside of the mirror. The angle was impossible. It looked back toward the sky, toward the lens, toward the hand holding the camera. On the back, a message written in salt: "You are what we used to dream." The lab tested the ink. There was none. Just compressed sea salt and microscopic traces of memory compound, a chemical sometimes found in preserved brain tissue. The photograph degraded overnight, leaving no residue. But the satellite now malfunctions. Any time it passes over that sector, instruments reset, gyros spin, and one line of code continues to overwrite its own logs, a string that was never programmed, repeating endlessly, route recalculated, arrival imminent. They say some ships are never built by hands, but by longing vessels assembled out of absence, born from the places where people waited too long for something that never came. That's the only way to explain the one that surfaced in the reservoir. It wasn't part of any marina, no record of dry docks, no previous sightings. The locals just woke to find it moored perfectly to a pier that hadn't been touched in decades. No creaking, no wake, just presence. At first glance, it looked ordinary: weathered wood, oxidized fixtures, patches of moss along the hull. But the interior held no space. Walking in, explorers described a moment of vertigo, a lurch in perception. The rooms were larger than the ship's body should allow. Corridors spiraled impossibly, branching into galleries and stairwells that bent geometry. One group mapped it for hours, only to emerge where they began. Another reached a chamber with no floor, just water, black and still, reflecting not their faces, but faces of people they didn't know, who were staring back. They tried to leave, but the gangway no longer met the dock. It wasn't gone, it was shorter, as if the ship had drawn back, not sailing, but recoiling. Some jumped, others waited. One woman remained on board alone for 3 days. When she returned, she had nothing with her but a sketchbook, filled from cover to cover with ink drawings of doorways. Not architectural blueprints, not symbolic, literal doors. Every sketch showed a door half open, something unseen behind it, and in every frame, the doorknob was turning. When asked what she saw, she only said, "It's not a ship, it's what's underneath the ships." Her voice never raised again. At night, she'd be heard whispering to someone outside her window, though no one stood there. A month later, the reservoir drained. No cause, no leak. The entire body of water emptied in silence, revealing not just the strange ship, but dozens of others, each different in design, scale, and material. Some metal, some bone, one made entirely of rope, tied into a shape resembling a ribcage, but none of them were wrecked. Each was intact, each precisely placed. Divers explored what they could, but every time they surfaced, their oxygen tanks were heavier than before. One diver opened his pack to find it filled with small stones, each etched with symbols, each warm to the touch. The stones never cooled. They now sit in storage, humming faintly when the room is silent. Not a noise, exactly. A vibration in the jaw, and when held against the skin, each stone whispers the same phrase. These are the ships built by forgetting. No one has found the bottom of that reservoir. Some think there isn't one, just a deepening memory, a well of intentions that never reached the shore. The ship appeared in a harbour that had no incoming logs, no radar echoes, no tidal disturbance to announce its arrival. One moment the dock was empty, the next it was occupied, quietly, politely, like someone stepping into a room without wanting to interrupt. Authorities assumed it was abandoned. The vessel was immaculate, anchored with precision, its ropes tied in knots not used for centuries. There were no papers, no flags, no crew, yet the galley was warm. Fresh tea sat untouched on the table, the cups were steaming, one chair pulled out, a blanket still warm on a bunk, but not a single fingerprint anywhere. Surveillance footage showed only fog, rolling in thicker near the hour of its arrival, then fading just as fast. When investigators reviewed the dock logs, they found a discrepancy. 4 names listed under scheduled departures, not arrivals. 4 passengers, all marked boarding denied. Each of them was local. None of them remembered trying to leave. Interviews led nowhere. The passengers denied knowing one another. But one common detail emerged. They had all dreamed of water in the nights prior, not oceans. Rooms filled with still, black water. Familiar places turned liquid, staircases submerged, dining rooms rippling, elevators that opened into tide pools. The ship remained docked for 2 days. Tourists gathered. Some said the decks rearranged themselves when no one was watching. The gangplank occasionally vanished. One woman said it blinked. Another swore she saw herself standing on the deck. The authorities tried to tow it out. The lines snapped, not broke, but severed midair. Cameras, watching the moment, caught something odd. Frame by frame, a blur intersected the cables. Narrow, arched, human in shape, but stretched too tall. The blur didn't disrupt light, it devoured it. When the ship finally vanished, it didn't sail away, it simply ceased. One moment it was there, then it wasn't. The harbour water dropped an inch, just enough to leave a visible line along the dock's edge. Inside the harbour master's office, a single page from a passenger log printed itself without command. 4 new names, 4 times, 4 seats marked filled, but still no ship, no sound, no record of departure. The log had a final entry beneath the list, written in perfect calligraphy. Sometimes they missed their chance, but not always. When the passengers were shown the document, none could read it. The letters blurred when they looked too long, but they all turned away at the same word, always. They said it tasted like salt. No one remembered the ship, but their reflections did. The following week, each reported seeing someone else in their bathroom mirror, not behind them, not beside them, instead, in place of them. The ferry wasn't on any schedule. The dock it approached had long since been decommissioned, rusted, overgrown, and marked unsafe for mooring. Yet the vessel glided in, perfectly aligned, engines silent, water undisturbed. It had no name painted on the hull, no call signs, just rows of evenly spaced windows, all dark, all tinted. Locals gathered to watch. Some took photos, but every image came out blurred, as if the ship moved even when still. A few said it felt familiar, like something they had seen in a dream or a photograph from a book they couldn't name. One man insisted it was the ferry he missed when he was 8 years old. Another swore it was identical to the one her grandmother vanished from decades ago. But none of their timelines matched. None of their stories overlapped. Just one thing did: the staircase. Each described a narrow set of metal steps at the rear of the vessel, slightly bent to the left, always ending just before the top deck. A staircase that never reached its destination. Eventually a small crew approached. When they boarded, their radios stopped transmitting. The ship was clean, too clean, as if dust had never existed there. The floor was warm, the walls faintly vibrated, like a throat about to speak. Each seat had a name tag. None matched the boarding crew. but one matched someone who hadn't been there in years. A deckhand found a tag with his sister's name, missing, presumed drowned when she was 9. He pocketed it. Later that night, he disappeared from his bunk without a trace. The only sign he'd been there was a damp outline on the blanket, perfectly shaped to his body, with seawater pooling at the corners. The rest of the crew disembarked. As they stepped off, the ship's engines hummed, just once, and the tinted windows lit faintly from inside. No figures, no movement, just a soft blue glow, like moonlight trapped in glass. Then the vessel reversed, slowly, impossibly, and slipped back out to sea without churning the water. The harbour sensors never picked up the engine signature. The Coast Guard radar didn't register a hull. But hours later, all along the shoreline, messages began appearing in the sand. Identical phrases, always 7 words, always perfectly spaced. We remember those who never arrived. Satellite images taken the next morning showed shallow impressions in the water. A shape larger than the ferry, mirroring it, trailing beneath. Not a shadow, not a double, something else following it. Something waiting for the ferry to return to the right timeline, or the right world. Since that day, people near that dock report hearing a horn at exactly 3:16 a.m. Low, distant, mournful, but only if they've missed something important in life. A goodbye, a train, a chance. And when they look toward the sea, it isn't the sound that scares them. It's the instinct, the sudden, unshakable feeling that they were supposed to be on it. They called it the empty float, not because it lacked passengers, but because it didn't seem to touch the water. Fishermen first noticed it hovering just above the inlet, sails furled, lights cold, no ripples beneath. From shore, it looked faded, like an old memory badly remembered, but from above, from the cliffs, people could see more. The deck was arranged like a waiting room, chairs bolted to the boards, rows of them facing nothing. No helm, no captain's wheel, no anchor. It wasn't built for travel, it was built for pause. Every chair had an envelope resting on it. Every envelope was addressed, sealed, and stamped. Different names, different languages, but the stamps were all the same. No nation, just an image of an hourglass turned sideways, no postmark. The townsfolk were hesitant to approach, but one man did, a quiet widower, known to walk alone at dusk, often speaking to someone long gone. He rowed out, climbed aboard, took his seat. When they checked the vessel later, his chair was empty, but his envelope was gone. In its place, a small wooden token, carved into the shape of an eye. It blinked once when held, just once, then never again. The float remained, unchanged, until a heavy fog rolled in from the south. When it cleared, the vessel was gone, but the sound of wooden hull against stone echoed all along the coast for days, even when the waters were still. Later, a team of divers reported seeing a similar vessel underwater, intact and glowing faintly, suspended mid-depth, like it was anchored to something above. But when they tried to ascend, their equipment glitched. Their watches ran backwards. One diver emerged holding an envelope that wasn't his. Inside, a list of names, none he recognized, followed by a note in flowing ink. Boarding delayed, memory exceeded. He never dove again. When asked why, he replied, "Because I saw the seats filled this time." And when pressed further, he added, "Not by people, by choices." Weeks passed. Then came the incident at the shoreline. A family picnic, nothing unusual, until the youngest child pointed at the horizon and asked, "Who's waving?" There was no one visible, no ship, no movement, just sea. But the child began walking toward the water, arm outstretched, whispering names, not from her life, but from someone else's names. No one had spoken in decades. She stopped at the tide line, sat, and waited. When asked why, she said, "Because I got my letter too." She showed nothing. But later that night, her parents found an envelope resting on the windowsill, stamped, unsealed. Inside, one line handwritten in the same steady ink as before: "You were seen, you were missed." It docked where no dock remained. The port had collapsed years ago, reclaimed by rising tides and splintered into driftwood, scattered along the mangroves. But early one morning, long before sunup, Fishermen arriving to prep their nets saw lights in the fog, dim, low, swaying gently. As they moved closer, the sea parted cleanly, unnaturally, like it was clearing room, and there, tethered by ropes that hadn't been tied by any hand, was a ship without a name. Its hull was made from something pale and polished, not wood, not metal, not stone, smooth like bone. The windows glowed softly, but no movement could be seen inside, except for one thing: shadows seated in rows, still, upright, not slouched like bodies, not twitching like people, just seated, as if listening, or waiting. The crew dared not board, but someone had to. A young man climbed across on instinct. No call, no voice, just a pull. He walked the length of the deck and said he could feel each plank remember him, not in words, in warmth. He passed by empty shoes, perfect pairs placed beside chairs. None were wet, none decayed, as if someone had taken them off to sit more comfortably. Near the prow was a book, open but unread. Its pages were blank until he touched them. Then the ink bled through, forming shapes, not letters, maps, all unfamiliar, all impossible. Continents shaped like fingerprints, oceans shaped like eyes. He tried to memorize one, but as he blinked, it shifted. A compass lay beside the book. Its needle didn't spin, it pointed toward him, then behind him, then up. He returned changed, not visibly, but inwardly. He stopped speaking, not out of fear, but as if conversation had become unnecessary. He didn't dream anymore. He didn't eat much, but every morning at the same time, he stood at the edge of the water and watched. People asked what he was waiting for. He never answered, until one day he simply said, "I never got my seat, but they keep saving one." Later, investigators found the ship again, but this time it was overturned, not by waves, not by wind. Its reflection was correct, but the ship itself was upside down, still tethered, still untouched. Beneath the wreck, they found dozens of chairs bolted to the underside of the deck, a second cabin, a second room, filled with mirrors, all fogged, but warm to the touch. One mirror had a handprint, small, childlike, pressed from the inside. When the tide rose again, the ship floated away, not with resistance, with relief, like a breath held too long finally let go. They've since blocked off the inlet, but people still gather near the mangroves at night, and when the water is calm, they claim you can see outlines of chairs in the surf, just beneath the surface, rocking gently, waiting, always one more than the number of people watching. They hauled it from the seafloor, expecting rust, rot, and collapse. But what surfaced was something else. Whole, unmarked by pressure, its wooden beams intact, despite having rested beneath miles of water. The recovery crew circled it in awe. No marine growth, no algae, just barnacles clustered around the stern in dense, purposeful spirals, not scattered, arranged, almost like writing. When the divers scraped one section clean, they found a word etched into the wood beneath. Listen, not a ship name, not a call for help, just that, commanding and patient. The barnacles bled when pulled off. Not fluid, not ink, not salt, but something darker, something thicker. The team stopped cleaning. Inside, the ship defied time, ropes still supple, glass unbroken, books intact and dry, as if placed yesterday. But none of the books had titles, just blank covers and filled pages, everyone describing events that hadn't happened yet, fires in cities untouched, names of people no longer alive, but with deaths described differently than recorded. And in every entry, one detail repeated: a vessel that arrives before the storm. They took samples. They tagged coordinates. The next day the ship was gone, not stolen, not towed. Gone. Every buoy in the area had been pushed outward exactly 30 feet, like something had exhaled. And every sample, back at the lab, degraded within hours. Not from bacteria, from inside. As if the wood, the metal, the barnacles themselves had chosen to forget they were ever found. The only thing that remained was the name one researcher had carved into his notebook, a sentence from a page he claimed he didn't write, but woke to find in his own handwriting. It read, "Some ships leave messages, others are the message." He kept the notebook locked away, but sometimes it changes, without him opening it, without ink, and always the changes are written in the same slow curved hand. The shape of the barnacle spirals, the same that had once spelled out, "Listen." The trawler's net caught something far heavier than expected. Too heavy for fish, too solid for drift. The winch groaned, cables snapped, and the crew prepared for the usual wreckage crates. Maybe a container dropped by a passing ship, but what broke the surface wasn't wreckage. It was a door, just a door, carved, arched, with barnacles clinging to its frame, like ancient punctuation. No hinges, no bolts, just a handle that had turned inward from water pressure. And on its surface, barnacles spelled one word, unmistakably shaped, despite their chaotic form: knock. They brought it aboard. It didn't drip, it didn't dry, it didn't weigh what it should have. It was heavier in shadow, lighter in direct light. When tapped, it didn't echo like wood or metal. It sounded hollow, but deep, as if tapping against an enormous lung. One crewmate, against the captain's orders, knocked, once, then again. On the third knock, the boat's GPS blinked out, then the radio, then every digital device aboard, frozen at the same second. 2:47 a.m. The wind died, the ocean stilled, the stars blinked once in unison, then returned, and then something answered. Not a knock, a pulse, felt more than heard. Every crew member felt their ribs tighten, then loosen, like being measured. The door's handle turned slightly, just once. The smell of salt intensified, but no waves crashed, no splash followed. Stillness deeper than silence. The door didn't open, but it became warmer. The barnacles around the word knock shifted. New ones bloomed, right there on deck, rearranging to spell something new. Next, they threw it back overboard. Not out of fear, but because they couldn't keep it near them. The ship didn't move until it sank. No bubbles, no drag, just descent, like falling through smoke. They never saw it again. But days later, on a different trawler, in another hemisphere, a crew pulled up a door, identical, same carvings, same shape, same weightless tension, but this one bore a new word: opened. When researchers later compared notes, they discovered a chilling detail. Every time one of these objects surfaced, a storm had followed in that part of the sea, not natural ones, ones with names that never made the weather reports, cyclones that twisted silently and vanished without hitting land, the kind of storms that only ships ever saw. One linguist now believes the barnacle formations are not words, but sentences in a forgotten tense, a language where time isn't past, present, or future, but witnessed, where ships don't remember what happened, they remember who watched. The salvage crew hadn't been called for anything special. A routine cleanup. A half-buried vessel lodged in the sandbank just off the old whaling coast. The waters were shallow, visibility poor, but they'd done this before. Easy money, until they arrived and saw that the hull bore no damage. Here we see, one. No algae, no rust, no signature scars from impact or decay. It was as though the ship had landed there yesterday, except the sand around it suggested it had been resting there for centuries. Rooted, anchored not by chains, but by intention. They found the nameplate beneath a film of fine grit. Not etched, not painted. Grown. The letters had formed as if the wood itself had decided to identify. They spelled something none of them recognized, not even phonetically. And all around the nameplate, pressed into the wood like soft clay, were shapes, spirals, radial imprints. Not carved, but formed by layers of barnacles that had since crumbled, their outlines remaining like memories of punctuation. The deeper they explored the hull, the stranger it became. Inside, the walls pulsed with moisture, but not a drop fell. One of them tapped the wall, and the whole chamber seemed to respond, subtly shifting the echo, not like a hollow structure, but like a listening one. They found a long corridor, too narrow for a ship of its size, stretching deeper than the exterior should allow. Lined with storage crates, sealed, heavy yet silent. Inside one, paper. Thousands of folded slips, each bearing a message, handwritten in dozens of languages. Every slip began with the same phrase: "If you're reading this, you're late." And yet the messages that followed seemed to speak directly to them. Personal, intimate. One slip referenced the watch a diver had lost 2 years earlier in another wreck. Another described a dream only the youngest crew member had ever confessed to. A third bore the full name of a daughter, never spoken aloud. The crew stopped opening them. They tried to mark the location. Their instruments failed, compasses spun. Radios hissed, then whispered back distorted versions of their own voices. Not echoes, responses. Inverted. As though the ship were practicing speech with their words. When they attempted to leave, the tide refused them. The boat floated outward, but returned each time. The only way they escaped was by leaving something behind. One man removed his wedding ring and placed it on the central console. Immediately, the tide resumed. He never explained why he chose the ring, only that he felt it had been asked for. Days later, the ship was gone. Not drifted, gone, but the sand remained pressed, as if something vast had only recently risen. And there, in the compressed pattern of the keel, were new barnacles already growing, arranged in sharp, clean spirals, not forming a word yet, but beginning one. That night, every crew member dreamed the same thing. A room filled with doors, and a single voice saying, "We only wrote because no one listened." The freighter crew never expected to cross paths with anything unusual. Their route was fixed, their cargo routine. But midway through the journey, in a stretch of ocean marked as unremarkable, the sea went still, not calm, still, a density in the air like breath being held. Instruments dimmed, the captain ordered a stop. That's when the spotter on the portside rail saw it, a shape beneath the surface, just off the bow, unmoving. They assumed it was a wreck, perhaps something recent, but the shape was clean, too precise to be shattered metal or splintered wood. It was a triangle, massive, flat, matte black, the size of a cathedral roof, and perfectly symmetrical. And as the sun rose, its surface revealed texture, not natural, not eroded, but deliberate. A pattern rising just high enough to cast shadows, barnacles, thousands of them. Grown in long, precise lines, like a relief carving. The crew lowered a drone. As it descended, the image became clearer. The barnacles didn't just cluster, they formed glyphs, characters, phrases in a language no one recognized, but that felt, undeniably, like communication. Every row of barnacles ended in a point, converging toward the center of the shape, like a great eye staring upward. And in the very center, a depression, wide, shallow, smooth. In it sat a single object, a metal plate, uncorroded, despite the depth, stamped with one word in English. A word no one wanted to read aloud. Arrived, no name, no dates, just that. When the drone's arm reached for the plate, the camera feed glitched, not distorted, inverted. The ocean flipped vertically, the sky turned black. For 3 full seconds, the feed showed stars beneath them, water above, then it cut to static. They recovered the drone, but it returned with a fine powder coating its frame. Microscopic analysis later revealed the powder to be calcified fragments of barnacles, yes, but also of something else. Tooth enamel, human, and not fossilized, fresh. As if the object had bitten something, or someone, recently. That night, one of the crew members began speaking in his sleep. The ship's medic recorded him. He spoke in a monotone too steady, as if reading aloud from a script. None of the crew recognized the words. But when the audio file was played back on land through an old reel system, the barnacle patterns from the wreck began appearing in the visualized waveform, spiraling, refracting, aligning precisely with the layout seen beneath the sea. The sound had not just mirrored the message, it was the message. The plate was never retrieved. Divers later sent to the coordinates found nothing, not even sediment disturbance. It was as though the triangle had retracted, like a breathing creature, sinking deeper after exhaling just enough to be seen. But months later, ships crossing that same stretch reported sudden sensor outages, brief moments where compasses froze, and crew members who claimed to see barnacles growing on the inside of the hull, then gone, no trace. Just a lingering smell of salt, and something older, something that doesn't surface unless invited. The submersible was built for silence, designed to descend without disturbing silt or sound. It was the pinnacle of modern engineering, a craft meant to glide, to record, to vanish into the deep, and come back with stories the surface could never know. The team who piloted it had done dozens of dives, but this one was different. The ocean floor they were tasked to scan didn't exist on any current bathymetric map, just a wide circle of absence, where every depth chart read unknown. Satellites wouldn't scan it. Sonar scattered, a perfect blind spot in an otherwise well-surveyed sea, and when they dropped, it didn't feel like descent. It felt like the ocean accepted them. The first 20 minutes were uneventful. Murky gradients of light turned to ink, and the instruments behaved. Then came the shapes. Not wreckage, not rock, structures. Some stacked like pillars, others curved like ribs. They were too symmetrical to be natural, but too fluid to be made by tools. Then just ahead, an opening. A smooth-walled passage arched like a mouth, framed by coral that hadn't grown. It had bent inward, following the contour of the cave, like it wanted to be part of it. The sub slowed, lights flicked on. A wall of metal rose in front of them, not rusted, not bolted, but fused into the stone. A hull, a ship, embedded perfectly into the ocean floor, tilted at an impossible angle. The design was ancient, predating anything known, yet unmarred, and its nameplate had no words. Just a single indentation the size of a hand, like it required contact to be remembered. They reached forward with the robotic arm, touched it. The feed froze. For exactly 11 seconds, the sub's entire electrical system shut down, then came back, but the ship was gone. Not moved, gone, and so was the cave. The surrounding water had shifted, leaving them in open ocean, instruments blind, oxygen levels dropping faster than predicted. The pilot whispered. He felt something pressed to the outside of the hull, not clawing, not knocking, just leaning, as if listening to his heartbeat. They surfaced early, shaken, half out of air, but intact. The hull of their submersible bore no damage, except a thin spiraling scratch running from bow to stern, too precise to be incidental. Lab scans showed the groove emitted a low-frequency hum, inaudible to humans, but strong enough to interfere with magnetic tape. Recordings of the dive erased themselves, every single one, except for a final frame, captured not by camera, but by sonar. A shadow behind the sub, vast, curved, unmoving, not following, just waiting. When they returned to shore, the team began dreaming in unison. They described the same sensation, walking the decks of a ship with no sky above it. A ship that never sailed, but always remembered movement. Each dream ended the same way, standing before a closed door with water pooling at their feet. From the other side, something whispered not words, but intentions. And always the same question, asked without sound. Why did you return without bringing anyone back? The ocean doesn't give everything back, but sometimes when it does, the return is wrong. Too clean, too sudden, too knowing. That's how they described the yacht. A luxury craft, missing for months, presumed destroyed in a storm that had no survivors. Then one morning it reappeared, drifting slowly into a harbor hundreds of miles from its last known location. Sails furled, anchor deployed. The hull gleamed like it had been scrubbed daily. Not a single mark, not a single shell. It looked untouched, preserved. Only one thing betrayed the illusion. It was completely empty. No signs of damage, no sign of distress. Tables set, shoes left by bunks. Coffee still half poured into 3 porcelain cups, though stone cold and tasteless. And on every surface there was dust. Fine, grey, too soft to be salt. It coated every doorknob, every railing, like skin shed from something passing through. But the strangest part was what wasn't there. The logbook. On every boat, there's a record, a captain's trail. Coordinates, events, small notes about weather and sea state. But this one had none. Not a ripped page, not an erased file, just a blank leather-bound book, perfectly centered on the helm, containing nothing but an indentation, shallow, rectangular, as if a heavy object had once sat there, and then was removed carefully. Divers checked the hull. It was pristine, save for a strange groove running along the starboard side, spiraling inward, like something had wrapped around it and held it in place. Not ropes, not cables, a grip, and on the rudder, a single barnacle, one, unusual in size and shape, blackened, its shell engraved not by erosion, but by design. Scanners later showed it pulsed with a slow rhythm, like a heartbeat suspended in rock. When removed, it broke into 7 fragments, each marked with a character no linguist could identify. But laid out side by side, the symbols formed a single line across the lab table, and one of the scientists noticed something that still hasn't been explained. The line, when measured, matched the curve of a human spine. Weeks passed. The yacht was towed to a secure facility, but each night, no matter where it was kept, it shifted. Not far, just a few feet, always toward water. It didn't matter if it was on a trailer or in dry dock. Surveillance footage glitched whenever it moved. The next morning, it would simply be facing a different direction, or positioned an inch closer to a nearby drain, puddle, or basin. It was as though the vessel remembered water, needed it, whispered toward it. One morning, it was gone again, every gate locked, every chain intact. But in the holding bay where it had been, a message was scrawled across the dust-covered floor in wet boot prints, not smudged, not trailing, clear, neat lettering from a set of steps no one ever saw taken. 4 words, separated by pools of water that didn't evaporate. It heard you leave. The research station had long operated under the premise that certain depths were simply unreachable, not due to pressure or heat, but because the sea itself refused entry. There were places, they claimed, where sonar turned inward, and instruments returned inverted readings, as though the ocean beneath wasn't depth, but memory, layers stacked not in space, but in perception. They called it the hollow fold, and they only found it because something rose from it. It wasn't a ship, not by design, it was a formation, half architecture, half vessel, dragged up in the nets of a deep-sea trawler, working far outside its assigned range. What breached the surface wasn't wood, nor metal. It was textured, like coral, but laid out in patterns too ordered, too geometric to be natural. The fragment was the size of a small boat's deck, riddled with channels and grooves filled with salt water that didn't mix with the surrounding sea. Inside those grooves, objects. Coins, yes, but none from any known mint. Pages of something that looked like vellum, soaked but still legible, written in a language no one recognized, but every researcher reported being able to sound out aloud in dreams. Then came the message. It arrived via radio, not transmitted, but embedded. The static bursts from the net retrieval were analyzed and found to contain structure. When run through frequency analysis, they produced waveforms. When those waveforms were turned into images, they formed a deck plan, a layout of a ship that matched no blueprint on record, and at the center of the plan, circled in repeating red, was a room labeled only as absence. The crew who brought the fragment up never made it to debrief. Within 48 hours, all 6 members requested early leave and disappeared. No forwarding addresses, no returned calls. One was later found hundreds of miles inland, seated in a field beneath a lightning-split tree. He was alive, calm. When asked what had happened, he said only, "We brought something back that thought we were leaving." Later, a salvage drone sent to the coordinates, where the object was pulled up, detected a shape still below. The rest of the vessel, it seemed, had not been left behind by accident. It was anchored, inverted, like a reflection held still beneath the waves, and its position had changed. The shadow it cast on sonar had moved closer to the surface, but not vertically, horizontally, toward land. The station's logs now contain a restricted file. It's titled Only Returning Hulls and Memory Currents. Inside are schematics of impossible ships, linguistics from languages that read more like breath patterns, and sound files that, when played aloud, cause nausea and lucid dreams. The last entry warns not of what's beneath, but of what might be surfacing, not to be found, but to find. The sub returned without its tether. That alone was impossible. It had descended under strict lock, its steel line secured and monitored from topside by 2 separate teams. But somehow, after only 13 minutes of descent, the line went slack, not cut, not snapped, but released. Then, half an hour later, the sub emerged again, floating like driftwood, lights off, cameras dead, no damage to the hull, no sign of impact, just a fine white residue coating the exterior. Under microscope, it was neither salt nor sand. It was bone, pulverized, human. The pilot, when they opened the hatch, was gone. Not drowned, not dismembered, gone. Every strap buckled, every tool untouched. His pulse monitor still read normal, until the final second, when it flatlined for no reason at all. His last recorded movement was a glance toward the viewport, and then nothing. But he wasn't the only one on board. A recording was recovered from the emergency log. Audio only. 3 minutes and 17 seconds of deep rhythmic tapping, metal on metal, slow and deliberate. Then came breathing. Not panicked, not strained, calm, even. The kind of breathing someone does when they know they're being watched, but pretend not to be. The taps were translated, not by code breakers, but by a linguist who claimed they weren't random. They were meant to be misunderstood. He called it negative semaphore, a language of intent, not meaning. He said the taps didn't say a message, they were a message. He didn't explain further. He was later found muttering the sequence in his sleep, face turned toward the ocean. He hadn't left the lab for 3 days. Months passed. Then came the return, not of the pilot, but of something else. It drifted to the surface near a deep trench, another vessel, but not one from any manifest, a small escape pod, its mate too old to function, its insignia unrecognizable. Inside they found a seat, empty, belts clipped, blood on the floor, but not human. It was darker, thicker, almost magnetic, drawn upward against the laws of physics. A single note was carved into the pod's inner wall, not written, scratched over and over, like someone trying to remember how to write it. The word was echo. Since then, transmissions have resumed from beneath that trench, not distress calls, not coordinates, just phrases, always short, always in a voice no one recognizes, almost home. Follow the drift. We remember what floats. Some think it's sonar interference, others believe it's the pilot, somehow fused to the wreck, using metal and silence as a language. But one theory remains unspoken, except among those who have stood at the trench's edge and felt something pushing back, the idea that whatever took him wasn't trying to keep him, it was trying to send something through. They found it in the center of a desert. No water for hundreds of miles, no dried seabed, no inland sea, no ancient coastline, just sand, a vast expanse of wind-sculpted dunes, and a ship, hull, massive, tilted slightly on its keel, as if still bobbing on currents that were no longer there. Its hull was weathered, yes, but not from sand or sun, from salt, and inside the seams of the wood, they found moisture, fresh, clean, still cold, as if the sea had left only minutes before. The crew cabin smelled of brine. The cupboards contained sealed jars of pickled fish, not spoiled, not bloated, preserved with care. One still had condensation on the glass. There were no footprints in the sand around the wreck, no drag marks, no disturbed terrain, just impact. Like the earth had parted for a moment, and let the ship through, setting it gently down before sealing the wound. Inside, lanterns still hung. The bunks had sheets. Each bed was turned down with a single smooth stone set in the center of the pillow. Black, cold, polished, not native to any nearby geology. The logbook sat open on a desk, pages stiff but uncracked. It contained no dates, no coordinates, just sentences, dozens of them, not in a sailor's hand, in something more delicate, curved, scripted. One page read, "Where we went, there was no sun, but we knew where it would be." Another, "The storm didn't move us, it replaced us, and most haunting of all, we saw the ocean from below." Satellite images from earlier scans showed nothing at the location just days prior. Yet here it was, real and massive. When they attempted to relocate the vessel for study, it resisted. Ropes snapped, cranes stalled, and each morning, no matter how it was braced, the ship faced a new direction, always pointing west, toward nothing, until one morning, it pointed east. Then the wind changed. The sand around it began to ripple, not from gusts, but from vibration. A low hum pulsed through the ground, strong enough to unseat small rocks, to rattle teeth. Instruments failed, batteries drained, and then in the heat shimmer just beyond the horizon, something else appeared. Another shape, another wreck, smaller, cracked open like a ribcage, half buried, facing the first. When approached, it was gone. The original wreck remained for 3 more days, then vanished, not moved, gone, leaving behind only an impression in the sand, the exact shape of its hull, and at the center of the imprint, a single stone, not black this time, white, still cold, still polished, but with something new, a thin spiral etched into its face, not engraved, not carved, grown. A weather station deep in the tundra once picked up echoes from beneath the permafrost, vibrations too rhythmic to be tectonic, too structured to be wind. They assumed it was machinery, drilling, a glacier shifting, but when they triangulated the source, it came from a hill that hadn't moved in recorded history. They dug cautiously, expecting buried rock or ice lensing. Instead, they struck timber, polished, preserved, burned at the edges, as if scorched in some places, but untouched in others. The outline soon revealed itself. A ship, 40 meters long, entombed in frozen earth beneath a dome of ice, upside down. Its masts had fused with mineral veins, and though the outer planks cracked upon exposure, the interior was pristine, not protected by the freeze, but rejected by it, like the cold refused to enter. Inside, candles still stood, unburnt, chains hung slack without rust. A table bore maps of coastlines that never existed, drawn in hand-drawn ink, with dotted lines crossing oceans that have no names. One corridor led to a chamber entirely encrusted in salt, thick as armor, grown outward from the walls like frost from breath. At the center, a pedestal, empty, and around it, footprints, bare, preserved in the salt, toes pointed inward. No one could explain how a fully intact vessel ended up beneath land that had never known sea. Ice core samples from the region showed no signs of flooding, yet the hull bore barnacles, deep sea species, typically found at depths of over 3,000 meters. One of them pulsed when touched, not visibly, internally, like a heartbeat. They brought it back to the station, kept it in containment. It dried into dust within hours, not crumbled, dissolved, as if it had only ever been temporary. But the chamber from which it came remained altered. The temperature refused to stabilize. Instruments recorded subsonic vibrations, consistent with wave movement. But this was a hill, solid, still, until the following week, when the hill collapsed inward by exactly 5 feet. Nothing was lost, no structures harmed, but the new elevation mapped perfectly to the draft depth of the ship, as if it had returned to sea. Months later, the research logs were reviewed. Audio files from the dig had been corrupted, except one, a short clip, static at first, then a low creak, a moan of wood under pressure, then a voice, not one of the team, a whisper so close it seemed to emerge from within the microphone itself. It said, "We didn't sink, we were taken." In the heart of a dense jungle, where rivers ran too shallow to hold anything larger than a canoe, a group of surveyors searching for ancient trade routes stumbled upon what they first believed was an outcrop of petrified trees, tall ribs of rotted wood, arched from the underbrush, weathered and splintered, but strangely symmetrical. One of them stepped back to get a wider view, and saw it the unmistakable curve of a hull, half buried in the forest floor. A ship, right there among the vines. The jungle had swallowed it whole, but not claimed it. The vines didn't pierce the hull. The roots detoured around it. It wasn't decayed. It was preserved. Bark grew up to its edges and stopped. No moss clung to it, as if the forest knew, as if it respected its shape or feared it. Inside they found no bones, no cargo, just a single chair bolted to the floor, in the center of what should have been the captain's quarters, facing backward, toward the stern, not the bow. No windows, no instruments, only a mirror, tall, warped, water-stained, but intact. And when they looked into it, they saw not themselves. They saw a sea, rolling slow and dark, beneath a twilight sky that didn't match their time of day. The horizon tilted, and waves lapped silently. A ship, this ship, appeared in the reflection, sailing still. Then lightning, sharp, soundless, split the sky in the mirror, but not in the room. And behind them, in the jungle, came the sound of creaking wood. Not in the trees, in the soil. They backed away. One took a photo. It showed nothing but leaves and boards. But when enhanced, the mirror's surface revealed symbols etched in its corners, circles, stacked and bending like tide maps in reverse. Linguists later suggested they weren't language at all, but coordinates without time, a way of marking not where, but when. And then the insects stopped. No chirp, no buzz, no breath in the forest. One surveyor stepped outside to check the equipment. He never came back. The others searched and found no tracks, no signs of struggle, just his recorder, still running. On the tape, footsteps, slowing, a voice his own, whispering, "I see it." But it's upside down. The ship was never mapped officially. The team left without samples. They refused to speak of it in reports. But one of them, years later, was found adrift in a lifeboat, hundreds of miles from shore, half conscious, burned, speaking in fragmented sentences about a jungle made of fog and water. When asked where he came from, he simply said, "Not where I landed, where I was reflected." An excavation team digging beneath the foundations of an abandoned monastery uncovered wood. At first they thought it was scaffolding, perhaps remnants of earlier construction buried by time. But the pattern of the beams, the curvature, the spacing of nails so corroded, they no longer held the grain. None of it matched any known structure built on land. The dimensions were maritime, ship-like, and the further they uncovered, the more the air changed. It grew damp, heavy with salt. This place was hundreds of kilometers from the sea, yet the soil clung with brine, and in the spaces between planks they found kelp, still moist. By the time the full object was revealed, no one called it coincidence. They were standing beneath a mountain monastery, staring at a ship wedged deep into bedrock. It had no mast. Its bow was split, but the deck was intact, and on it were markings that glowed faintly when touched. Lines, not letters. One archaeologist compared them to waveforms, like sound carved into wood. One of them touched a panel, and recoiled. Her palm had gone numb, and when it thawed, she said she heard music. Faint, long, not melodic, directional. A sound that led somewhere. The ship didn't decay, not even when air touched it. No mold, no dust, just presence. They found no remains, no belongings. But every crew quarter had the same feature, a basin built into the wall, filled with fine black sand that trickled upward. Not visibly, but over hours. Like gravity had forgotten which way to pull. When the team tried to remove a portion of the hull for dating, their tools dulled instantly. Saws bent, drills sparked and snapped. The wood wouldn't yield. Then came the incident. A geologist, working late, descended into the hull alone. He didn't answer the radio. An hour later he returned soaked, not sweating, soaked head to toe in salt water. His clothes were dry when he went in. There was no source of water anywhere in the chamber, but his boots were filled. He said nothing, just handed over his recorder. On the tape, waves. Real waves, crashing, distant. And then a voice, impossible to mistake, his own, calling for help. Not on the tape. On the tape, he was silent. But in the background, another version of him was begging to be pulled back. They sealed the site, not because of danger, but because the ship began to change, not rot, reshape. One morning, its entire profile had shifted by 2 degrees, realigned toward a fault line no longer active, and in the days that followed, tremors began, not seismic, rhythmic, beats like a pulse. Monks once believed the monastery had been built atop a holy well, but this wasn't holy, it was anchored, buried here like a secret that never wanted to return to water, and before the team left, the salt levels in the nearby springs rose sharply. The animals fled, and a low sound, like a foghorn drawn through a whisper, was heard across the valley. No source, no echo, just a ship still dreaming of tides. The drone was meant for coral mapping, harmless, quiet, gliding just meters above the reef floor. But as it passed over a known cove, the feed stuttered. The reef beneath had changed. Not grown, shifted. It no longer curved like it did on previous maps. It had symmetry now, long, deliberate lines, almost like strakes. The biologists watching it assumed data corruption, until the drone passed again 10 minutes later, and the cove's shape had changed again. This time it resembled a ship. The outline was unmistakable, bow, stern, a superstructure formed from coral and bone, and in its center, a single eye-shaped hollow. They sent divers, only 2, both experienced, but by the time they reached the coordinates, the formation had moved, not just reshaped, relocated. 50 meters away from where it had been, and it was deeper, tucked into a ridge that hadn't existed before. They called it breathing stone, rock that felt like it was pulsing, inhaling, and the formation still resembled a vessel. But now, there were hatchways, not doors, openings, gaps, shaped like mouths forced open mid-word. One diver entered the main cavity. The feed cut out immediately. The second waited, then followed. The feed resumed 10 minutes later, but the surroundings had changed again. Not the divers, the space itself. It was no longer rock or coral. Now it was metal, tarnished, rusting, with fixtures too advanced for any documented wreck, as if the interior had decided to become something else. The 2 divers surfaced without injury, but they were changed, not outwardly, but when they reviewed the footage, both refused to believe what they saw. They claimed it was edited. They claimed they never went inside. But the video showed otherwise. Each frame recorded their entry, their hands reaching out, their voices whispering to each other, and one of them, just before the feed cut again, asking a question not in English, not in any language anyone could place, but he asked it fluently. That diver has since gone mute, not from trauma. His vocal cords are fine. He opens his mouth to speak, and nothing comes out. But in pitch-black rooms, microphones left running for hours, pick up strange breathing, syncopated, like an old ventilation system, with the faintest suggestion of words forming slowly. Sonar scans of the area now return nothing. No reef, no ridges, just flat seabed. But sometimes, shadows flicker on the sonar's edge, ship-shaped silhouettes that vanish on approach, and always facing the observers. The formation hasn't reappeared in the same place, but reports of coral patterns forming into ship hulls have increased. Most vanish after a few hours, some grow. The working theory now is not that these are wrecks, not in the traditional sense, but that the sea sometimes remembers vessels that were never built, and tries imperfectly to become them. A salvage crew responded to what should have been a routine call, a distress signal from an unregistered vessel, silent, drifting slowly toward the edge of a shipping lane. No name broadcasted, no flag flown. It appeared suddenly on radar, then vanished, only to reappear a few nautical miles off, again and again. The captain assumed faulty equipment, but when they reached the last known coordinates, the ship was there, plain as day, except it didn't match the radar reading. Its length was wrong, its silhouette didn't match what was logged, and as they circled closer, it changed again, not visibly, not in motion, but in layout. From one angle, it was a trawler, rusted, compact. From another, it looked like a schooner. The wheelhouse shifted positions, Deck hatches blinked in and out of sight. Photographs taken minutes apart showed different structures, as if the vessel were remembering multiple versions of itself, all at once. They boarded anyway. The deck groaned under their weight, but not with age, with resistance. Like it didn't want them there. No rust, no rot. Yet it smelled of mold and iron. Below deck, things were stranger still. The corridor they entered stretched straight for several meters, but when they turned around to exit, the way had shortened, replaced by a staircase that hadn't been there. One crewman ascended, the rest waited. He returned seconds later, disoriented. He claimed he'd seen the ocean from above, as if the ship was sailing upside down, its hull exposed to sky, its deck submerged in air. The logbooks on board were blank, except for one entry carved into the wood of the mess table itself. "Which version are you?" They left quickly, but not fast enough. As they pushed off, the ship's horn sounded, though no one had touched it. The sound was deeper than mechanical, more like a whale's call slowed to a growl. The radio picked it up too, followed by a whisper, not language, just breath, then silence. When they looked back, the vessel was gone. No wake, no shimmer, just the trail of their own boat, pulling away from nothing. The footage they recorded on board showed inconsistencies, missing time, walls rearranged, rooms swapped. One camera feed, left running in the engine room, showed an extra figure, motionless, faceless, standing at the far end of the room, watching, but no one saw it in person. And on frame-by-frame review, it blinked in and out of existence as the walls shifted shape around it. They never filed the salvage report. The captain retired 2 days later. His last note, scrawled on the back of a torn map, read, "We boarded a memory." But it remembered something else first. But when section tours. The diver was alone when he found it. He wasn't looking for a wreck, just cataloguing kelp patterns along a trench shelf. His oxygen levels were stable. His comms were clear, but then his heart rate spiked. The audio log caught his breath stutter, followed by a long pause. Then he whispered, "There's a ship here," except there wasn't supposed to be. The area had been scanned dozens of times. Flat seabed, no anomalies, but his camera feed showed it unmistakably. A hull rising from the sediment, sharp angles glinting with mineral sheen. It looked old, but not degraded, like it had just arrived, like it had surfaced through the floor instead of sinking into it. He swam closer. The wreck was embedded halfway into the trench wall, as though it had struck sideways and melted into the rock. But even stranger was the way it responded. Every few feet, its appearance changed. Portholes blinked open and shut. A nameplate appeared, then faded, replaced by rivets. One moment the hull was steel, the next it resembled petrified wood, as though it wasn't one ship, but several, overlapping in the same location, fighting to exist. Inside was worse. The corridor twisted subtly as he moved. He swore he passed the same room 3 times. Same hatch open, same wrench floating in midwater, same flicker of movement in the corner of his eye. He tried to mark his path with a trail of dye, but the dye refused to hold shape. It curled and folded, like it was sinking into something else. At the heart of the ship, he found the bridge, or what resembled one. Controls too clean, glass uncracked. A map spread out across the console, but not of Earth, not any known version of it. Continents arranged in unfamiliar symmetry, with circular routes etched in red, as if it didn't chart geography, but motion. A pattern the ship had followed again and again, in waters no one remembered. He reached for the compass mounted to the wall. It spun the moment he touched it, then shattered, not from impact, but from refusal, like it knew something was wrong with orientation itself. He turned to leave. That's when he noticed his reflection in the viewport. It wasn't mimicking him, it was delayed, 2 seconds behind. And when he raised his hand, the reflection didn't copy it. It waved. The feed went silent. They pulled him up 20 minutes later. He was unharmed, conscious. But he refused to speak, just stared toward the ocean, mouth shut, gills of fear on his neck, like he was still breathing compressed air. He never dove again. When pressed, he only said one sentence. once it was still deciding what kind of wreck to become. It began with satellite images, repeating shapes in the ocean that shouldn't have been repeating. Not waves, not ships, but silhouettes, almost like vessels, trailing themselves. Over the course of several weeks, analysts noticed a pattern off the coast of a quiet island chain. Shapes resembling long dead ships began to appear in image after image, taken at different times, from different angles, each time just slightly different than before. One day a bow would extend further. Another day, a deck house would vanish. The shape shifted, like it was trying to recall what it once was, and failing. A research team dispatched a reconnaissance drone. It returned almost immediately, not physically, but data-wise. Hundreds of photos, all time-stamped to the same second. Dozens of angles, dozens of forms, like the drone had orbited the ship in impossible time, or like time had orbited the ship. And in every photo, one detail remained: a mast, split in two, rising above the deck, like a broken antenna. Always cracked, always present, no matter the ship's other features. They sent a vessel to investigate. Crew of 4, cameras live, and as they approached the last known coordinates, they saw it, a ship half fogged by low clouds, just on the horizon, shifting visibly in real time, aft expanding, bow narrowing, cabins appearing and sinking away. The captain ordered full stop, but the radar didn't comply. It showed motion, forward, not theirs, the ship's. It was moving toward them, even though it remained motionless on the horizon. The sky dimmed, not from cloud cover, from reflection. The sea began mirroring light differently, bending it around the vessel. One crew member reported vertigo so intense she collapsed. Another began crying without knowing why. They turned to leave, but the engines sputtered, stalled, restarted. But now the ship was closer, impossibly close, and as they turned to face it again, it was already beside them, with no wake, no sound. They boarded, against better judgment. The deck was bone dry, not a single drop of water clung to it, though mist hung thick all around. Every footstep echoed too loud, like the ship was hollow in places it shouldn't be. The walls pulsed, wood breathing in and out, not literally, but perceptibly. Rooms grew as they passed, doorways shrank. One man entered the galley, then shouted that the layout had changed behind him. When the others arrived, he was gone. The galley was gone. There was only a dark hallway, sloping downward, like into a hull that went on forever. Only 2 returned. One refused to step back on land. She lived the rest of her life on boats, never staying in one place more than a few days. The other tried to explain, but everything he drew came out as spirals. He eventually stopped trying. On his final recorded interview, he spoke calmly. It wasn't a shipwreck. It was the shape of a wreck that hadn't happened yet, and it was practicing. There was no registration, no hull number, no records from any Coast Guard, Navy, or maritime database, but there it was, floating perfectly, in waters known for swallowing steel in days. Its wood gleamed, not with varnish, but something older, deeper, not aged, but timeless. The crew who found it were aboard a cargo freighter. They first spotted the ship through binoculars, drifting sideways, with sails limp yet perfectly hoisted, not tattered, not frayed, as if the wind was too afraid to touch them. They approached. The water beneath the vessel was still, no current, no churn, but the ocean itself dipped slightly around the hull, like it was making room. Boarding was easy, no resistance, no warning, and the strangest part, the air on board was warm, pleasant, as if the ship carried its own weather system. Inside, every corridor was clean, no rust, no decay, yet no one was aboard, no sign of life, no leftover food, no blood, not even dust. In the main cabin, they found a book, not a logbook, but a journal, bound in leather, so soft it almost felt alive. The pages were covered in ink that shimmered faintly, shifting between black and deep blue. The entries made no sense. Some were observations written in the second person, as if the ship was addressing them. One entry read, "You are standing where another once vanished. Look again. Are you sure it's still you?" Another crewman, curious, descended into the lowest chamber. It should have been a storage hold, but instead he found a room of mirrors, dozens, some warped, some broken, and none of them reflected him correctly. In each one he was older, taller, wearing clothes he'd never owned. In one mirror, he was missing, just the room behind him, empty. He ran. Back on their own vessel, the team reviewed the data. The GPS logs showed their ship had never stopped, had never turned. The ghost vessel wasn't in the log. None of their digital instruments had recorded its presence, but the physical evidence was undeniable. Seaweed collected from its hull was dated, and the species had gone extinct over a century ago. Later, a storm struck the same waters. Satellite imagery showed no surface objects, but sonar recorded a blip, not below, but on top, something floating just above the waterline, casting no wake, moving against the wind. And days later, a nearby fishing boat reported seeing a ship where there shouldn't have been one, drifting smoothly, with sails raised, not even fluttering. And as they passed, a voice came through the radio. No caller, ID, no station, just static and the words, "If a ship forgets it sank, who is to remind it?" It appeared every night at exactly 3:07 a.m., just beyond the lighthouse's furthest beam, a black silhouette, barely distinguishable against the horizon, but always there, hovering low, without anchor, its hull visible, even in full moonlight, despite no reflection. The lighthouse keeper first dismissed it as a trick of fog, a ghost shadow formed from wind and water. But then the pattern emerged. It would vanish just as the tide changed, not drift away, disappear, in an instant. And it was always the same shape, same impossible shape. He eventually recorded it. Time-lapse footage showed more than just a ship. In one frame, the mast was cracked. In the next, whole again. Lights would blink along the railings, where no power should exist. And worst of all, its position changed slightly each night. Not random, but deliberate, like it was drawing closer to something, or someone. He grew obsessed. Through a telescope, he studied the deck, noticed that sometimes there were figures, not walking, not moving, standing, still as mannequins, in different places each time. Sometimes 2, sometimes 7. One night, one stood on the bowsprit, arms out, not in surrender, but in invitation. Locals stopped going to the shore at night. Boats moored tighter. Even birds avoided the coastline during the third hour past midnight. But the keeper, now convinced of something beyond haunting, tried to signal it. A powerful beam, 3 long flashes, nothing. Then 3 flashes back, not from the ship, from the rocks beside him, where no light existed. He turned, nothing there. But when he looked through the lens again, the ship was gone. The next night, it was closer, just outside the inlet. The sand was wet above the high tide mark, though the waves never reached that high, and near the dunes, he found something he'd never seen before, an anchor chain, freshly pressed into the sand, leading to nothing. It began at the edge of the shore, and ended halfway across the beach. The ship had made landfall, but only partially. He followed the chain that night, and as he walked further, the wind stopped, the waves silent. Even his footsteps seemed muffled, until the sound of wood groaning broke the stillness. A full long moan, like a ship rocking, but on land. He ran back to the lighthouse, checked the lens. The ship was once again at sea, back on the horizon. The final night came with no warning. Just a voice on the radio, at 3:07 sharp. No static, no delay, crystal clear. "I've come ashore." When they found the lighthouse the next morning, the door was open, light still spinning, but the keeper was gone. His boots sat by the stairs, the logbook open, one final entry written in a hand that wasn't his. "It doesn't float, it waits." They called it the Endless Hull, not because it was particularly long, but because no one who entered it ever agreed on what they saw. It had been discovered adrift, just offshore from a reef that hadn't existed on any nautical chart. A reef that, when scanned, showed no coral, no limestone, just shattered wood, scattered bones, and twisted iron. At its center, the ship floated motionless, like it had grown from the wreckage itself. Rescuers approached with caution. The hull looked aged, but intact, blackened in places, almost burned. No name, no paint. Just ribbed wood reinforced with metal beams, as if repaired again and again. But there were no seams, no welds. The metal looked melted into the grain, a seamless fusion of ship and skeleton. When the first boarding party climbed over the side, they were disoriented immediately. The deck shifted subtly, not by tilt or sway, but by dimension. The further they walked, the longer the deck seemed to stretch. Doors that were visible from outside vanished as they approached, and those that did open never led to the same place twice. One opened into a hold filled with water, swirling like a whirlpool that led down, infinitely down. Another opened into what looked like a mirror of their own ship, empty, dark, lit by a light that had no source. They split up to explore. Only two returned. The others were found hours later, wandering the upper deck as if lost in thought. They claimed they had never left, claimed that from the moment they stepped on board, the ship duplicated itself, room by room, until they weren't sure whether they were inside it or outside of it, whether they were walking forward or back. One said he passed his own reflection 5 times, not in glass. In air, thin, silver distortions like windows that didn't show what was behind, but what was about to happen. Eventually, they towed the vessel back to port, but every night it creaked louder, not from wood strain, from shifting. The dock had to be restructured twice, just to hold it. Divers examining its keel noticed it was too deep, deeper than the hull's measurements allowed. Like it had a shadow hull, something submerged that refused to be mapped. One diver touched it, and surfaced minutes later, unable to speak or write for 3 days. When he recovered, he sketched a spiral that coiled inward to a shape shaped like a ship's wheel made of ribs. No one could identify the wood. No one could trace its origin. And worst of all, no one could determine how it stayed afloat. The lower hull, once removed for testing, was hollow, rotted completely. The ship should have sunk decades ago, should have collapsed under its own weight, but each morning, there it was, upright, untouched, waiting. Eventually they closed the harbour, barred it from tourists. Locals stopped speaking about the endless hull altogether, except one old fisherman, who whispered, "It doesn't float by water, it floats by memory, and that's harder to drown." The ship was first seen just after a dense fog rolled in, a wall of mist that moved not with the wind, but against it, swallowing the entire bay in under 15 minutes. When it cleared, the fishing village saw something they hadn't before, a vessel, long and low, tethered loosely to a pier no one remembered building. It bore no lights, no crew, no sound, just the faint creak of aged timbers that upon inspection had no rot. Locals approached cautiously. It didn't fly a flag, but it felt official somehow, structured, designed for a purpose, long abandoned. A few men stepped aboard. The moment their boots touched the planks, the fog rolled back in, quick, sharp, like breath pulled from the sea. The ship didn't move, not even with the current. But the tide chart went wrong, completely wrong. The ocean no longer receded. It pulsed, up and down, then sideways, then back again, like a tide remembering an old rhythm. It wasn't supposed to play. The ship's interior was unsettling, not because it was damaged, but because it wasn't. Polished brass, clean corridors, ladders unworn, but everything was ever so slightly off. Doors built too narrow for a human shoulder width. Ceilings just low enough to require a stoop. Labels on panels that looked like words, but read as shapes. Maps on the wall that depicted no ocean anyone recognized, with arrows that curved into themselves, ending where they began. One man found a journal near a neatly made bunk. The entries started coherently enough. Latitudes, weather logs, daily routines. But a few pages in, the writing devolved into repetition. The same line over and over again, slanting, chaotic, then calm. "We did not survive. We adapted." They tried to tow the ship inland. the lines snapped, not from tension, from refusal, like the ship wouldn't be moved by any force that wasn't its own. Attempts to scan it yielded nonsense. The sonar showed two shadows, one floating above, one sunken deep below, identical in shape, a ship and its inverted twin. A week later, the vessel was gone. No tides, no witnesses. Just the faint impression on the water where it had once rested, like it had unmoored itself, not by sailing, but by sinking upward. For years after, the fog returned, always fast, always silent, and always accompanied by a cold ripple through the radio bands, long tones, hollow echoes, and a voice that sometimes whispered, not in warning, but in explanation, "The sea cannot forget what never stopped floating." They found the hull nestled between dunes, 5 miles inland. A cargo plane spotted it first. Just a streak of shadow where there should have been sand. No crash trail. No disturbed earth. Just a massive ship, angled sideways, sunk halfway into a dune like it had been dropped there gently by an unseen hand. It wasn't rusted. It wasn't even broken. The mast still stood, rigging swaying in a wind that didn't exist. Beneath the sand, sonar revealed ballast compartments intact, wood reinforced with rivets. No explanation for how it got there. No flood, no tracks, no drag marks. Just a ship, in the desert, waiting. The rescue team that arrived assumed it was a prop, some elaborate film relic, forgotten by a production team. But the moment they stepped inside, the air changed. It wasn't dry, it was cold, wet, humid in a place where humidity shouldn't exist. Their gear fogged, instantly. Walls dripped. The floorboards were damp to the touch, as if the ship had never left the sea. And deeper inside, barnacles clung to the wood, still alive, pulsing softly like gills in a breathing chamber. They explored in silence. The ship's name had been scraped off, not faded, removed, gouged clean from the plaque, even though everything else was pristine. In the captain's quarters, a compass spun steadily, never stopping, unaffected by magnets or interference. It was just spinning, untethered from the laws it once obeyed. On the desk, maps not of coastlines but of wind, circles charted not across land or sea, but air pressure currents, as if the ship had once sailed the atmosphere. Further below they found the brig. 2 cells, one door slightly ajar. No locks, no signs of struggle, just symbols etched into the metal floor, intertwined spirals like waves pulling in opposite directions. And the echo. That was the part none of them forgot. Every time they took a step, something echoed back a second too late, like their footsteps were heard by someone else, and mimicked. Slightly out of sync, too human to be mechanical, too perfect to be natural. One team member descended into the bilge, and didn't come back up. The others followed. The staircase had changed. It no longer spiraled. It split, like a choice between 2 identical options, each path narrowing the further they went. They chose the left. At the bottom they found their colleague asleep, on the ceiling, breathing gently, upside down, as if gravity had flipped for him alone. When they touched him, he awoke in panic, not because of where he was, but because of what he'd seen. "It's still floating," he whispered. "Just not in this place." They brought him out. But the moment he left the ship, he forgot. Not gradually, immediately. His eyes dulled, speech slurred. He couldn't even remember who had taken him there. They watched it happen, in real time. 1 second, lucidity. The next, confusion. The only thing he kept repeating was a phrase none of them understood. "It doesn't need water, it only needs permission." They called in geologists, meteorologists, and military analysts. No one agreed on how a fully intact brigantine, over 100 feet long, could materialize in a canyon hundreds of kilometers from the nearest shoreline. There had been no flood, no erosion twigs, no erosion. The land around it hadn't been disturbed. It was as if the ship had always been there, embedded in the rock like a fossil that somehow hadn't aged. Its keel had fused with the canyon wall, not cracked into it, but grown into the stone, layer by layer, as if time had wrapped around its hull rather than passing through it. They didn't find any ropes or anchors, but they did find chains, long, winding, half buried in gravel, disappearing into crevices that didn't appear on satellite scans. The chains were warm to the touch, not sun-heated, internally warm, like blood vessels. When cut, they didn't spark, they throbbed. Inside the ship, everything was still and dry, but not lifeless. Dust had settled in exact patterns, spiral shapes, again and again, on the floor, on the walls, even inside closed drawers. The dust moved when no one touched it, swirling softly in the corners, as if reacting to breath. One cabinet held hundreds of small identical brass spheres, unlabeled, each about the size of a marble. When shaken, they produced a faint sound, not like metal on metal, but like whispers held in glass. One sphere was cracked, and when opened, the sound that escaped couldn't be described. Every observer interpreted it differently. One heard a storm, one, laughter, one claimed it was his own name, spoken in reverse. They mapped the lower decks, or tried to. The measurements wouldn't hold. LiDAR scans returned nonsensical results. Rooms repeating, angles breaking, some corridors extending longer than the full length of the ship. Even when physically measured by hand, dimensions seemed to drift. A 5-meter hallway was 6 meters by the time they walked it. They chalked it up to equipment error, but the ship's architect, who'd been brought in to assess structural origin, left without explanation on the second day, citing unresolvable geometry. Then the weather changed. Skies above the canyon, normally cloudless, darkened at noon. A low-pressure system rolled in without formation, dense and low enough to press against the surrounding rock walls, and the ship began to hum, not loudly, not mechanically, but rhythmically, like it was preparing. Sand rose from the ground. The canyon walls vibrated just slightly. Someone dropped a flashlight, and it didn't fall. It floated, hovered, then slowly rotated mid-air, before dropping like nothing had happened. That night, the team heard something above them, not a sound from the cliffs, but beneath the ship, a knock, then another, like fists against metal. But when they inspected the hull, it was silent. Then the sound came again, this time from inside. They ran to the upper deck, and found the captain's chair rocking gently, though no one had touched it. The last recording captured by the team's remote drone was of the sky above the canyon. Clouds circling, tighter and tighter, forming not a funnel, but a spiral wide enough to match the ship's outline. And within that spiral, a single phrase, transmitted on all nearby frequencies, digital, analog, even static bursts. Water was never its ocean. They found this one buried beneath a glacier, deep within a chamber of ice that hadn't melted in millennia. It wasn't a crash. There were no signs of impact. The ship had not fallen into the ice. It had grown into it, perfectly preserved, embedded at an angle that defied any known physics. Sonar from a geothermal drilling project had picked up the anomaly. A void, rectangular hollow, with the acoustic signature of aged timber and iron supports. But it wasn't possible. The glacier sat more than 600 meters above sea level. It hadn't been ocean in any known epoch. Yet, when they drilled through and dropped a thermal probe, the first thing it touched was salt water. A tunnel was cut. Machines cleared ice layer by layer, careful not to compromise the vessel's structure. The closer they got, the colder the air became, unnaturally cold, not in temperature, but in quality. It felt still, heavy, like the air remembered drowning. Inside the hollow, the ship awaited. Frozen solid but unbroken, upright on a floor of polished ice, as if displayed in a museum, curated by time itself. A galleon, 3 decks high, its sails unfurled and stiff as bark. Barnacles fossilized along its beams, coral formations calcified mid-growth, and at the stern an inscription burned into the hull, not carved or painted, but branded, as if scorched from within, "We never left." A team of 12 descended. Sensors went haywire the moment they stepped aboard. Magnetic readings fluctuated. EMF pulses rose. Even radio signals bounced inward, like the ship absorbed sound and language alike. But what shook them most was the warmth. Beneath the ice, the interior of the ship was warm to the touch, not hot, not heated, just warm, as if the ship had body heat, as if something inside it was alive. They mapped the galley, found utensils still in drawers, food sealed in barrels that hadn't spoiled. There was no mold, no dust. Even parchment documents remained intact. But every page bore the same odd trait, words that faded when read aloud. Speak them, and the ink receded, vanishing in slow strokes, as if erasing itself in protest. In the crew quarters, hammocks swayed gently, without breeze, without cause. One was occupied by a shape. It was human, it was breathing, but the body was pale as bone, translucent, curled in sleep. When they approached, it vanished, not in a blink, but in layers. Flesh faded first, then outline, then shadow, until the hammock was empty and still swaying. They attempted to retrieve artifacts. One diver pocketed a small compass, unlike any they'd seen, a circle within a circle, no directional markings. The moment he passed through the tunnel, the ice behind him cracked, not from pressure, but from a sound, a deep groan, so low it hit the gut before the ears. Instruments failed, lights flickered, and then came the voice, not over radio, not in the cave, but in their minds, low, melodic, utterly certain. This is not where we were lost, this is where the ocean hid us. They evacuated. The passage sealed itself within hours. A fresh sheet of ice reformed clean and untouched, as if nothing had ever disturbed it. And yet, sometimes on satellite infrared, you can still see it. The shape, the warm patch, the hull beneath the frost, hovering still, waiting, not for rescue, not for release, but for permission to rise. It began with a mirage, a desert highway, blistering heat, the usual distortions on the horizon. But this time, the shimmer didn't fade. It sharpened, took shape, something dark, long, upright. A ship, unmistakably so. A tractor-trailer driver pulled over and blinked. Once, twice, still there. A full galleon, massive, ancient, sitting not atop sand, but rising from it, like a carcass halfway exhumed from a grave no one dug. Its sails fluttered in wind that wasn't blowing, and its mast was broken at the top, not by time or weather, but clean, as if sheared by something precise. Within hours, locals arrived, then tourists, then researchers. The ship wasn't made of wood, at least not wood they could identify. It absorbed heat, remained cool to the touch, even under direct sunlight. Its planks were smooth, as if worn by endless waves, yet dry as bleached bone. The sand beneath it wasn't compressed. There were no drag marks, no sign it had arrived at all. It was just there, like a thought suddenly remembered by the world itself. Explorers entered cautiously. Inside, the ship was vastly larger than its exterior allowed. Corridors stretched into darkness. Stairways doubled back. A spiral passage led to a gallery, where constellations were painted on the ceiling, not stars we recognize, but strange, sharp clusters, arranged like symbols rather than charts. And as they passed beneath the ceiling, the stars moved, slightly, realigning based on where you stood, like they were watching you. One room contained nothing but a compass rose carved into the floor, with directions not labeled by cardinal points, but by words. Return, trade, sleep, sink. One pointed simply to home. In the cargo hold, they found ropes, coiled, wet, smelling of brine, and on the walls barnacle patterns formed what appeared to be writing, not carved, not inked, grown, in sequences. Someone transcribed them, and though they didn't translate into any language, they formed a rhythm, a pattern that, when read aloud, produced a hum, deep, resonant. And every time the last line was spoken, the lights above flickered, no electricity in sight, just reaction. It got worse when the mirror room was found. 20 identical mirrors, all unframed, fixed to the wood with seamless joins. Each showed the room from a different angle. none of them matching reality. In one, you were already gone. In another, you were walking in reverse. And in the last, the ship was sailing, not metaphorically, the entire vessel moving, behind you, reflected at full tilt, sails full, ocean roaring. But outside, nothing stirred. They sent a drone into the deepest hatch they could find. It descended for minutes, past ropes, cargo, a second brig, then what looked like the outside world again, sand, sun, the desert, but inverted. The ship was its own map, its own world. When the drone reached the bottom, the feed cut, but the last image captured was clear, a crew, not skeletons, not people, outlines, shifting shadows, holding tools, waiting, as if the ship wasn't abandoned, but occupied by those who had never left. The next morning, the entire structure was gone, no tracks, no imprint, just a heat wave rippling along the highway, and sand arranged in spirals. Some said it was swallowed by the desert, others believe it was never there, just a memory, or worse, a rehearsal. The vessel had no name, or if it did, it had been peeled away, layer by layer, until the hull showed only age and salt. Divers found it during a current survey of an undersea trench, one not known for wrecks. The ship didn't rest at the trench's bottom. It was perched on a ridge, bow forward, like it had been placed there with intent. No other debris surrounded it, no torn sails, no sign of breakage, just the ship itself, motionless, almost intact. The kind of intact that makes you question why it sank in the first place. The first diver to approach noticed it immediately. There was writing, not on paper, not in paint, etched into the walls of the captain's cabin, hundreds of lines, thin and shallow, as if carved by a nail or the tip of a broken compass. None of the words were full, fragments only, phrases like too many to count, not the same sea, and voices drift up, not down. They covered every wall, even the ceiling. Some had been traced over and over, until the wood had worn thin. In the mess hall, the plates were still on the tables, not shattered, laid out. One for each chair, exactly 6. At the head of the table, instead of a plate, there was a mirror, cracked down the middle, but not broken through. The mirror reflected the room, but the room in the reflection had no doors, no entrance, just chairs, just plates. Just the mirror. Deeper into the hold, they found crates, still sealed, though the water should have eroded every nail. Inside, books, hundreds dry, intact, but not printed, all handwritten, each one filled with names, no dates, no locations, just names, page after page, as if the ship had been gathering them, not documenting lives, collecting them. One diver read aloud from a book, a name. Just one. The moment he did, his oxygen levels dropped. Not the tank, his blood. The others had to surface him. He couldn't remember what name he'd said, couldn't speak for hours. But when he recovered, he swore he'd seen someone in the ship, standing in a hallway that didn't exist. Tall, thin, wearing a captain's coat, but the face was blurred, like looking through rain. Another diver stayed behind. Her last transmission, before the feed cut, was a whisper. The names are still being added. They're being written now. The ship was marked as hazardous, restricted from future dives. But satellite sonar still picks up a signal from its location. 3 low tones, spaced exactly 13 seconds apart. Always at the same frequency. Some believe it's the ship itself. Others say it's something inside still calling out. Or worse, recording. This one sat at the edge of a continental shelf, half in, half out, of a steep aquatic cliff that plunged into darkness. The ship's bow pointed downward, as if caught mid-fall, but it didn't move. Currents around it flowed unnaturally, circling, hesitating, like water didn't want to touch the wood. Sonar passed through the hull in strange ways. It showed the ship as hollow one moment, solid the next. Divers called it the hesitation wreck, not for what it did, but for how it made them feel. None of them wanted to go near it, and those that did came back changed. There were markings on its hull, dozens, hundreds, letters, yes, but scratched backward, reversed, as though meant to be read from the inside. Each row of script curved toward a central point, converging beneath the main mast in a ring about 1 meter wide. No barnacles grew there, no algae, just smooth cold wood that vibrated faintly under touch. One diver pressed his hand to it and pulled away with a nosebleed. Not from pressure, from sound, a low frequency that bypassed his ears entirely and drilled straight into his spine. Inside, the floorboards were dry. Despite the depth, not a single drop clung to the beams. At the helm sat a skeleton, hands still gripping the wheel, mouth open in a silent scream. But when touched, the bones didn't crumble. They didn't move. They hummed, like tuning forks, faint but unmistakable. The skull was facing backward, not broken, just turned, like it had watched something arrive. They opened a drawer in the captain's quarters and found slips of parchment, each stamped with what looked like fingerprints. But they weren't human, too long, too narrow. Some impressions had no ridges, just smooth ovals, like marks pressed by bone, not skin. Beneath them, lines were scrawled in languages, both known and unknown. One sheet simply read, "The hull is hollow, but it holds." The crow's nest held a sealed box. It shouldn't have been reachable, not without climbing gear or rigging, both long gone. Yet it sat there, untouched by water or corrosion. Inside, a series of small glass vials, each filled with ink, but not black, not blue. Colors that don't quite exist. Green that flickered violet, red that shifted toward grey, iridescent tones like oil in moonlight. Each vial sealed with wax, and each labeled with the same word, again and again. Answers. No one opened them, not then, but one was broken in transit, not shattered, opened like someone had lifted the seal mid-transport. The courier found their duffel wet from the inside out. The ink had leaked, but it hadn't stained. It had burned. A circle, precise, at the base of the bag. Inside it, letters had formed, and when mirrored they spelled, "We told you not to ask." Since then no one has returned to the hesitation wreck. It still sits at the shelf's edge, daring something to pull it down, or let it fall, but neither has happened, as if the ship isn't held by gravity, but by an idea. The vessel was found inside a cavern, not beside one, inside, fully enclosed by rock, like a bottle sealed inside stone. The only way in was through a narrow underwater fissure, just wide enough for divers. A survey drone had caught a flicker of light, reflected from within the dark, like glass catching a flashlight from impossible distance. When they sent the team, what they found was a galleon, wedged perfectly within a chamber shaped like a cathedral. Its mast nearly scraped the ceiling. No damage, no signs of collision, just presence, heavy, deliberate, sacred. The walls of the cavern were smooth, unnaturally so, like polished basalt, but more disturbing were the engravings. Not carved, not etched, indented as though something had pressed messages into the stone without tools. Thousands of tiny perfect letters in a spiral that wrapped the entire chamber, unreadable, at eye level, but forming a single coherent script only visible from the crow's nest. A diver climbed, stood high above, and read the full line aloud. It wasn't in any known language, yet all present understood it. We screamed into the sea, and something answered. Inside the ship, every surface was covered in cloth, white linens, perfectly folded, draped over tables, nailed to walls, wrapped around furniture. But the cloth wasn't old. It was pristine, untouched. When unfolded, some were stitched with phrases, others with maps. One bore the image of a man walking into the sea, followed by shadows that didn't match his shape. Another depicted a ship entering a wave that never ended. And on the back of each cloth, in fine thread, a warning: not all vessels return. A music box was found in the captain's quarters, still functional. It wound backward, clicking slowly, but when it played, it produced not melody, but a low human hum, like a lullaby sung beneath breath. The hum continued even after the box stopped spinning. One diver claimed to hear his own mother's voice in it. Another heard a child's laughter, though he had no children. The sound entered memories, not just ears. Below deck in the storage hold, lay hundreds of wax tablets, not modern, ancient. But the wax was soft, imprinted with rows of handwriting, smudged but legible. When transcribed, the entries formed a conversation, not between sailors or crew, but between dreams. Lines like, "Why do I remember water I've never seen? And I woke up wet, but I never left my bed." Each tablet signed with initials, but none repeated. The most disturbing find was beneath the deck floorboards. A hollow chamber, filled with jars, each sealed with black wax, labeled in pairs, a name and a word. For instance, Calder, regret; Elena, silence; Moran, sleep. The team brought one jar to the surface, but when opened, it was empty. Or so it seemed. The person who opened it didn't speak for 3 days. Then, unprovoked, said a single sentence before vanishing from the research vessel without a trace. "I know whose name is next." To this day, the cavern's location remains redacted, not to protect the wreck, but to protect what it recorded. Because the deeper you dive into that ship, the more it knows about you. They say the ocean sometimes writes back. This wreck was proof, found in the calm heart of a dead current, surrounded by nothing but stillness. No reefs, no trenches, no weather systems. A survey plane caught its glint by chance, thinking it a floating container, but when divers arrived, they saw it had no buoyancy. It didn't float, it simply hovered, suspended halfway between surface and floor, as if undecided where it belonged. The ship had no sails, no motor, just a long tapering hull, and a frame that didn't match any maritime tradition. It was long, sharp, built for something that wasn't water, and its sides were covered in script, not painted, but formed by the pattern of the ship's grain itself, as though the wood had grown around the language. When they boarded, everything was silent. No water sounds, no creaking, just thick, weighted quiet. Each step sounded like it echoed somewhere else, not in the ship, far below, like footsteps waking something submerged even deeper. At the stern, beneath layers of translucent algae, they found a hatch. Inside, journals, hundreds of them, bound in leather, waterproofed by some unknown resin. They weren't ship logs, they were letters, addressed to names, some real, some imaginary, some scratched out and rewritten again and again. The content wasn't personal, it was confessional. Each page began with a phrase, "If you find this, I was already listening." Some letters described things no sailor should know, details of wrecks that hadn't been discovered yet, coordinates matching ships missing, without explanation, personal thoughts of crew members, never listed in any manifest. One letter mentioned the name of a diver on the very team that discovered the wreck, and that diver swore it was written in his own handwriting. Deeper still, in a room with no door, the team discovered walls lined with slates, not written in ink or chalk, but scored by heat, burned phrases that shimmered like metal filings. One phrase repeated more than any other, "This ship hears everything." The slates began vibrating, slowly, then faster. The words rearranged themselves, not metaphorically, physically. The letters shifted, bending into new patterns, new sentences. They spelled out questions. Who are you? Why are you here? What do you regret? Then the water began to rise, not from below, from within the ship. It filled from the ceiling downward, salt water pouring gently, unnaturally, like rainfall in reverse. The divers tried to leave. Some made it. One stayed behind, holding a journal too tightly to let go. His last transmission said only, "It's still listening, and now it knows my name." The wreck is gone now. No sonar trace, no debris, just one buoy left where it hovered, left there by the team who escaped. The buoy emits a steady ping, but every few days, that ping is interrupted by a voice, not loud, not frantic, just patient. A voice that asks if anyone else has something to say. They didn't find it by accident. It was requested, not by any agency, but by an automated signal, untraceable, repeating every 6 hours in a language no satellite system recognized. Just a string of tones, followed by coordinates. Always the same. The message had no metadata, no origin, But the location it pointed to was real. An isolated drop-off in the South Pacific, farther from any landmass than most planes dare to fly. The kind of place where even the sea seems to pause. When the dive crew arrived, the water was unusually still. Sonar wasn't returning proper scans. The seafloor appeared both closer and deeper than it should have. But the ship, it was right there, not buried, not sunken in any traditional sense. It was sitting upright, gently rocking, as if it were breathing. The hull expanded and contracted, just slightly, not warped by pressure, but rhythmically moving, measured, timed, like lungs. At first the team assumed it was an illusion, thermal distortion, current interference. But when one diver pressed his hand to the hull, he felt it, not just motion, pulse. A steady thump, buried in the wood, slow and powerful. They placed sensors along the sides and got readings consistent with a living organism. Electrical signals, temperature shifts. The hull was warm, not decomposing warm, but living warm. Every few minutes, bubbles would rise from cracks near the keel, each accompanied by a soft groan, like the ship exhaled. Inside it was worse. The walls were lined with soft fibrous material, like insulation, but organic. Not plant, not fungus, not mold. Something new. The hallways were curved, not by accident or collapse, but as if the ship had grown that way, built to mimic internal cavities. The lighting was entirely unnatural, no power source, no lamps, but a bioluminescent glow lingered in the walls, changing color depending on how close you stood. One diver's helmet camera showed yellow where he stood, another's showed blue. The captain's glowed red, then all three colors pulsed at once, and the lights cut out. In the cargo hold, they found something breathing. It wasn't an animal, it was part of the ship, a chamber in the floor that rose and fell, slow and steady. Moisture coated the walls. Steam hissed through invisible seams, and across one section of the bulkhead, a grid of indentations, each exactly the size of a human hand, pulsed in rhythm. One diver placed his palm against the pattern. It gripped him, not tightly, but firmly, like recognition. He screamed through comms and dropped to the ground convulsing. When they pulled him free, his skin bore the shape of the grid, not burned, not marked, but restructured. The dermis itself realigned like tree rings, spiraled in a new direction. They dragged him out, unconscious but breathing. His suit was intact, but it pulsed faintly, matching the ship's own rhythm. And before surfacing, one final thing, a message carved in the condensation across the observation window. 5 words. No one saw who wrote it. No one heard it happen. You are inside me now. They brought him to the deck in silence. The diver, still unconscious, murmured softly, not in distress, but in rhythm. A low, repetitive hum, the ship's pattern. Every 15 seconds, another sound emerged from his throat. It didn't match his breath. It wasn't even human speech, but they recorded it, played it back, analyzed the waveform. It matched exactly the low pulse detected in the hull. The diver was no longer sinking to the ship. He was sinking the ship to himself. And below them the vessel responded. The hull thickened in places, flexed. Pressure in the surrounding water shifted subtly, like a tide turning in reverse. Fish scattered in wide arcs, not fleeing the ship, but giving it space. The ocean itself felt like it had become aware of the intruders. The crew debated surfacing, but the ship wasn't done. One diver, ignoring orders, re-entered the lower decks. She claimed she heard something, a name. Her name, whispered down a hallway that wasn't there before. Her camera streamed it, a passage that looped in on itself, angles folding like ribs, lights beating with a slow rhythm, walls moist, as though the ship had been weeping from within. At the end of the corridor was a mirror, not hung, not framed, a perfect sheet of reflective liquid, held still like water under tension. She looked into it, froze, not in fear, but stillness. Like reverence. The audio captured only her breath, slowing, sinking. And then she said, I remember this place. She wasn't born at sea, she'd never served. Yet she claimed she'd been aboard before, knew the shape of the hall, the location of a locked cabinet in the next room. They checked. It was there. She opened it with ease. Inside, a folded paper, a sketch of a face, hers but older, and written across it, in her own handwriting, "Leave me. I stay." The feed cut. When they returned, she was gone. No sign of struggle, no blood, just the folded paper, still dry, and on the wall where the mirror had been, new text had appeared, carved into the living wood. "The ones who stay, remember. The ones who flee, forget." The crew began seeing things topside, shadows under the water moving against current, reflections in the portholes that didn't match who was inside. One member screamed during sleep, said his bed had rocked, said he smelled salt water in the air. They checked his bunk, dry, but his pillow was soaked, not with sweat, with seawater. Salinity matched the trench. The ship was no longer passive. In the final dive, they descended one last time to secure data logs from a probe embedded in the ship's stern. The probe had been recording heartbeat-like pulses for over 16 hours. As they approached, the water changed, denser, slower, like swimming through thought. The ship's hull opened, not cracked, but parted. Not wood anymore, but muscle. Wet, pulsing muscle that invited entry. They turned back. Only one made it. And the instant he surfaced, the ocean below bubbled violently, not from volcanic activity, from displacement. The ship had left, not sunken, not broken apart, gone, as though it had pulled back into some fold of space just below where water ends and something else begins. They never found the others. The recovered diver speaks only in sleep now, repeating a single line. It never needed a crew, it needed a voice. The investigation turned inward after that. No one was looking for the ship anymore. They were listening, because the last diver, the only one to surface, hadn't just spoken in sleep. He'd begun to resonate. Monitors placed near him pulsed faintly, picking up frequencies that didn't originate from any medical equipment. The rhythm wasn't human. It was the ship's heartbeat, but now it lived in him. He was transferred to a secure facility, monitored around the clock. Doctors ran scans, MRIs, EEGs, everything. What they found defied explanation. His brain patterns had shifted. New clusters of activity formed along the auditory cortex. Places in the brain typically quiet were now active, pulsing in triplets. 3 beats, pause, the same sequence the ship had emitted. One researcher mapped the signal and turned it into audio. It wasn't static, it was language, not one they could understand, not words, but emotion, fear, hunger, loneliness, desire. The ship had not been abandoned, it had been waiting, and now it had found a way to keep speaking. Through him, the team called in a linguist, trained in deep structure languages. She didn't last 3 days, said the signal gave her dreams, visions of being trapped inside a breathing room, with no walls, only pulsing light, and an endless throat that sang when she blinked. She left the project, shaved her head, and moved inland, hundreds of miles from the nearest tide. Her final note said, "It's not a vessel, it's a mouth." Still, the diver remained calm, peaceful even, his heart rate perfect, breathing slow, and once a day, always at the same hour, he would speak one phrase aloud. "Wherever the sea goes quiet, it will rise." They checked global sonar maps, found matching silences, places where oceanic sound simply stopped. No whale song, no current, no tectonic hum, nothing. One was near the Mariana Trench, another beneath the Weddell Sea, and a third, in a lake. A freshwater body never connected to the ocean, but where divers once heard ship bells toll beneath the ice. And then came the recordings. Deep-sea microphones deployed in one of the quiet zones picked up movement, but not from whales or ships. The sound was rhythmic, measured, a slow inhalation, followed by a pause, then a faint moan, not mechanical, not animal, biological, and then once every 6 hours, the phrase again, not in a human voice, but unmistakable, "You are inside me now." They traced it to a depth with no wrecks, no history, but the signal pulsed upward, like something was surfacing slowly, choosing when to be seen, and then it went silent, except for the diver. On that day, he finally opened his eyes, no longer murmuring, fully alert. He stood, walked unaided to a window, and looked out at the ocean. Then he spoke a sentence that wasn't his. "We aren't looking at it, it's remembering us." And from his mouth came salt water. They kept him under observation after that, of course, not as a patient anymore, but as a threshold. The diver no longer behaved as though he were in our world. He walked hallways, as if measuring them, spoke in tones rather than words, matching rhythms to the ticking of machines. He no longer slept. He sat still at night, watching the waves beyond the glass, blinking once every 20 seconds. Exactly. And on the 7th night, the sea outside the facility did something no one could explain. It flattened. No wind, no movement. Just one vast, unbroken pane of water. That's when he began writing. Pages at a time, front and back, on anything available, napkins, folders, his own clothing. But not in a frantic way, purposefully, measured. The language was unfamiliar, but repetitive. He drew diagrams too, looping geometries, like lungs turned sideways, with notes on pressure, on memory, on absence. He refused to speak, except in one specific room, a soundproof chamber, deep in the facility. When inside, he'd sit in the center and begin humming, not tunelessly, but in a perfect cyclic pitch, mimicking the resonance of something immense submerged. At first, the team thought he was imitating the ship, but then came the realization he wasn't repeating it, he was answering it. One night, the hum began on its own, before he arrived. Monitors in the room pulsed with low vibrations. Water glasses trembled. Then the diver entered, and without hesitation, placed his hand on the wall. The humming stopped. Silence. Then through the concrete, through the rebar, came a faint echo, like knocking from underneath. 5 taps, then 2, then none. They checked seismic activity. Nothing. No tremors, no machines. Just the facility's walls reacting like sonar. The message wasn't meant to be heard, it was meant to be felt. After that, the drawings changed. He no longer depicted the ship, he sketched lungs, vast, ocean-sized, suspended in salt water, tethered by ropes that weren't ropes but routines, weather patterns, wave formations, whale migrations. The ocean was not carrying the ship. The ship was shaping the ocean, and then the storm came. No forecast saw it. No barometer rose. Just a wall of black cloud rolling in from the horizon, low and rotating. Beneath it, the ocean boiled, literally. Temperature spikes recorded up to 115 degrees Fahrenheit. The sky split not with lightning, but with sound. A long rising tone that broke glass, burst eardrums, and drove every bird from the coast for 50 miles. When it passed, the diver was gone. No breach, no escape, just vanished. In his place, a message scorched into the floor. I returned the voice, and somewhere out in the stilling waters, sonar picked up a new shape, not moving, not sailing, not surfacing, just growing. An outline that pulsed once every 6 hours, perfectly in rhythm with the man who once survived it. It had no name, but those who study the recording now refer to it only one way, the thing that breathes back. It was never on any map, no shipping records, no distress calls, no historical logs, to suggest a vessel of its kind had ever existed. Yet, there it was, drifting just beyond the edge of international waters, caught in a current that didn't belong, at a speed that didn't make sense. The ship had no name, no visible markings, and no nation's flag fluttered from its mast. From the first moment it was spotted by a commercial fishing trawler. Something about it was wrong, not terrifying, not grotesque, just profoundly unfitting. The crew of the trawler radioed it in, described it as a ghost ferry, nearly 3 decks tall, with glass windows darkened from within, and lights that flickered in random, non-electrical patterns, as if someone were signaling in thoughts instead of Morse. It wasn't listing or damaged. It wasn't even weathered. Its hull gleamed, not with newness, but with absence. No barnacles, no rust, as if the ocean hadn't been allowed to touch it. Attempts to hail the vessel failed. No radio response, no light signals returned. But the ferry altered course slightly, as if acknowledging the presence of its observers, not with panic or curiosity, but mild disinterest. It was then that the captain of the trawler made the fatal decision to approach. As they neared, every instrument on board began to misbehave. Compasses spun, GPS coordinates shifted by meters every few seconds. Depth sounders failed to read the water directly beneath them, as though it had turned into something other than liquid. The air chilled despite no weather system accounting for the drop. The crew reported a pressure behind the eyes, like they were being watched through the wrong end of a telescope. Still, the trawler pressed forward and eventually made contact. No anchor dropped from the mysterious vessel. It didn't appear to need one. It simply held its place on the water like it had roots. The fishing crew, 5 strong, boarded with caution. The ramp was down, not extended mechanically, but already waiting, as if someone or something had expected them. Inside, the ship was impossibly clean, not sterile, but curated. The floors were waxed, the benches in place, the walls lined with glass panels etched with names, thousands upon thousands of names, alphabetized, but not by Latin characters, by something older. And on each panel, near the top, a phrase in gold leaf shimmered faintly beneath the interior lights. Those who were scheduled, but never stepped aboard. No one on the fishing crew could explain it, but all 5 of them found names that resembled their own. Not exact matches, but close enough. 1 letter off, a middle name that felt familiar but wrong, a surname that hadn't been spoken aloud in generations, but now glared back at them from the wall. The further they walked down the ship's spine, the more personalized the surroundings became. Paintings matched their hometown landscapes. Fragments of overheard lullabies leaked from unseen speakers. One sailor found his grandmother's voice reading from a childhood book, a book that never left his family's house. There were no other people on board, not a single sign of habitation. And yet, the lights turned on in each room before they entered, dimmed after they left. One room had a steaming kettle already whistling. Another, an open drawer with a pair of gloves that fit a crew member's hands perfectly, even down to the scar on the left index finger. Then came the doors. At the end of the main corridor stood 5 doors, 1 for each member of the crew. They didn't need to read the labels. They knew which belonged to whom. Each was marked by a symbol etched into polished brass. Not letters, not language, but something visual, intuitive, as if the ship had drawn their fears, desires and memories into a single shape. The symbols pulsed faintly when approached, never growing, never receding, just waiting. The first to enter his door was never seen again. The rest hesitated, gathered, called out, but the room beyond had changed. The hallway behind it no longer aligned. A staircase now spiraled down into a darkness no flashlight could penetrate. Echoes returned slower than they should have. One diver dropped a heavy wrench down the steps. No sound came back. They turned to flee, but the corridor had looped. The rooms no longer aligned with memory. The ship had folded, as though reshaping itself to a new configuration. When they made it back to the main deck, something had changed outside. Their own trawler was gone, not sunk, not drifting, simply not there. In its place floated another ship, identical to the ferry they were on. Same angles, same paint, except for one difference. This one was full. Through the windows, silhouettes sat in every seat, motionless, not staring out, but inward, toward a single aisle. At the front of the ship stood a conductor, or something like one. Tall, robed, holding a ledger that moved on its own. It made no gestures, but one by one the seated passengers began to raise their hands, as if called, not physically, by recognition. Then the lights went out. Only one man returned from that fishing crew, found adrift in a life raft, eyes wide open, blind to light, blind to shadow. He couldn't speak for 2 weeks. When he finally did, all he said was this: "It's not the ones who boarded, it's the ones who never did. The ship comes for their decisions." He died a month later in his sleep, but his autopsy showed something no one could explain. Ink black, salt-heavy ink was found in the veins of his fingertips, and beneath his tongue, etched into the soft tissue, a single symbol had formed. the same one above his door. The symbol beneath his tongue wasn't isolated. That became clear within weeks. First, it appeared in the records of unrelated autopsies. Deep-sea fishermen lost to storms, submarine crewmen who'd perished without explanation, and even a lighthouse keeper found drowned in his bed. All bore variants of the same symbol, shifted slightly in curvature or angle, like iterations of a single thought redrawn again and again by different hands. Not carved, not tattooed, not externally applied in any way. The tissue itself had reshaped. Governments noticed, though none admitted it publicly. A joint investigation under layers of classified code names formed in secrecy. Project Kestrel, Operation Quiet Stern, the second manifest. Files leaked decades later would reveal only fragments. Maps filled with red pins across open water, coastlines dotted with circled ferry terminals, and strange handwritten notes left in sealed manila folders. Every note began the same way. If you're reading this, you've already stepped too close. Most efforts to locate the ship again failed. Planes would fly over the area, seeing nothing. Vessels sent to scan the region returned without anomaly. But satellite thermal imagery sometimes told a different story. Rectangular patches of ocean warmer than surrounding water, precisely ferry-shaped, appearing for no more than 30 minutes at a time before vanishing completely. These sightings always coincided with a pattern: reports of missing persons, strange dreams shared among coastal towns, and in one rare case, the return of an individual presumed dead. Her name was Clara Vellin, a port mechanic who vanished during routine repairs at an abandoned dock. No one saw her leave, no one heard the sound of engines, but her locker was open, and her work journal sat on the bench, mid-sentence. For months she was listed as missing. A year later, she was found walking barefoot along the highway 70 miles inland, clothes dry, skin unweathered. She was disoriented, but unharmed. When questioned, she spoke plainly. "I boarded a ferry that wasn't mine," she said, "but it let me leave because someone else took my place." Doctors ruled her delusional, but the camera footage told another story. Security tapes recovered from the dock where she disappeared were grainy, overexposed by sunlight. But at exactly 3:47 p.m., the camera flared unnaturally, a frame of white out, and when the light receded, something was visible on the water, just for 2 frames. A curved shape, railings, a door opening into fog, and standing beside it, a figure holding what looked like a clipboard, but too long, too thin, more like a ledger stretched down the spine. No one else saw the ferry arrive or leave, but the wind at the port stopped during those 2 minutes. Not slowed, stopped. Seagulls hovered in place mid-air. The waves froze, not to ice, but in motion, like a paused recording. And then, just as suddenly, it all resumed. Clara's blood work showed nothing unusual, except that her white blood cell count had dropped to near zero, only to recover within hours, as if her immune system had simply taken a break. Her internal clock was misaligned by exactly 32 hours and 14 minutes, which didn't match any earthly time zone. And when she slept that night in observation, the EEG recorded something no one could explain. Delta waves folding inward, as if her dreams weren't leaving her brain, but falling back into it. She spoke only once more before slipping into a coma that lasted 5 days. "The ferry doesn't take you because you're lost," she said. "It takes you because you were supposed to make a choice, and didn't." Upon waking, she had no memory of ever boarding a ship, nor of the statements she gave. When shown footage of herself explaining the events, she wept quietly, saying only, "I wish I hadn't remembered." But the most haunting part came when she was discharged and allowed to return home. A gift basket had arrived for her earlier that morning, addressed to her full name, middle initial included, a detail even the hospital had gotten wrong. Inside the basket were items no one could trace: a book of ferry schedules from a defunct maritime company that never existed, a sealed envelope containing an old photograph of a ferry that perfectly matched the grainy image from the security footage, and a single unmarked ticket. The ticket simply read, "One return journey, In absence your presence remains. The address on the delivery slip wasn't her home. It was a dock, one that had burned down 40 years earlier, never rebuilt. No post office in the region claimed to have processed the parcel. No delivery service had record of it, but the packaging bore a logo, an anchor inverted into a mirror, wrapped in a ribbon of fog. Clara disappeared again 2 weeks later. This time, no one saw her leave. No footage existed, but the tide left behind her shoes on the shoreline, facing outward, toward the open water. The sand around them bore no footsteps. At the same time, 3 other people in 3 different countries were reported missing, all near ferry ports. None had booked travel, none had maritime experience, but all 3 had cancelled plans at the last minute that day. All 3 had tickets they never used, and in each of their homes something strange was found. A drawing of a ferry, hand-sketched, left on the kitchen table, with the words, "You missed your departure. It did not miss you." This began the next phase of the phenomenon. Pre-arrival signs, dreams of white corridors, hallways curving like shorelines, a quiet voice reading your name aloud in the dark, echoes in the ocean, when no one is near it, and the growing belief among maritime communities that the ship doesn't find you by mistake. It finds you when a decision you were supposed to make was ignored, because that ship isn't a place. It's a moment you avoided, a version of yourself that never stepped forward, and somewhere out there, in still waters untouched by wind or wake, it waits patiently, not for you, but for the echo of you that never left the dock. They say, memory is a path worn into the brain, walked often enough. It becomes easy to follow. But what happens when memory doesn't belong to you? What if the feeling of déjà vu isn't a glitch, but a reminder from something still waiting? That's what began happening in coastal towns all over the world. Small, unconnected communities, where people started remembering a ferry they'd never seen, a ship they'd never boarded, but could describe in unsettling detail. Children hummed songs they'd never been taught. Retirees drew sketches of ship corridors with geometries too precise to be imagined. A woman in Norway painted a picture of a fog-covered vessel with names carved along the walls, only to later discover that every single name was someone who had gone missing in her region over the past 50 years. She didn't know any of them, claimed the names came to her in a dream, spoken by a voice just behind her ear, as if whispering through mist. That voice kept showing up. Fishermen reported hearing it on the open water, not loud, not terrifying, but persistent. It said only one thing: you were meant to be somewhere else. Sometimes the voice came from radios turned off, sometimes from the hull of their own boat, and always, it came during moments of hesitation, just before setting sail, just before returning to port. One man, a seasoned captain, said he heard it as he reached for his logbook. His hand froze mid-air. "Not yet," the voice said. He cancelled the trip. That night, the ferry was seen again by a weather satellite, just a faint shape in the clouds above the ocean, not on the surface, not in the water, but in the clouds. When they enhanced the image, they saw windows, lit, shapes standing behind them, watching. The phenomenon spread beyond coastal regions. People hundreds of miles inland began reporting symptoms: salt in their bedsheets, sand in their shoes without explanation, distant horns blowing at odd hours of the night. One man awoke to find his bedroom light swinging gently, as if rocked by a tide. His feet were wet, the floor was dry. Psychologists began referring to it as ferry trauma, but the term didn't stick, because patients weren't traumatized, they were waiting. Many described an odd peace, a sense that something had been missing for years, and was now slowly coming into view. One patient even prepared for it, packing a small suitcase with what he called the essentials and sleeping beside it, fully dressed, every night. He wouldn't say where he was going, only that he was listening for the horn. He wasn't alone. Support groups formed online, private forums where users posted drawings, dreams, symbols they'd seen in reflections. The same inverted anchor kept appearing. So did the phrase, "in absence your presence remains." A researcher collected over 800 of these cases, finding patterns. Almost all subjects reported one unifying moment in life, an event where they chose not to act, Not a failure, not a mistake, a deliberate stillness, a moment they avoided something they could have done, left the station, stayed silent, didn't board. He proposed that the ferry wasn't just a ghost ship, it was a consequence, a living response to avoided possibility. In his final video log, he said this: "I believe we are not seeing the future or the past, we are witnessing what waited for us when we didn't show up." That log was never uploaded. He disappeared before pressing send, but the file auto-saved, and in the background, barely audible, a sound plays in the final 10 seconds, a slow rising hum, followed by the soft click of a ticket being torn. His apartment was undisturbed. His suitcase was gone. So were his shoes. Authorities never declared it a kidnapping. They said it was a voluntary disappearance. But inside his closet, investigators found something unusual: a long coat dripping wet, despite being dry when he wore it in his last interview. The pockets were full of paper, receipts, sketches, ferry stubs from no known company, and a single note, handwritten: boarding complete. But what made the case truly disturbing was the testimony of a taxi driver 3 blocks away. He claimed to have picked up a man matching the researcher's description, said he was quiet, polite, and gave a destination that didn't make sense: Pier 0. The driver thought it was a mistake. There was no such dock. But when he arrived at the end of the road, the man asked to be let out anyway, paid in exact change, then walked into a heavy fog that had rolled in suddenly, without forecast. The car's GPS glitched during the ride. The timestamp of the fare was backdated by 4 minutes, and the dashcam footage had no audio, just a faint, consistent tone layered beneath the static. Analysts would later match that tone to hydrophone recordings from the North Atlantic anomaly, a signal believed to originate from a place with no sea floor. Some believe the ferry isn't just a ship, that it's a response mechanism, an ancient structure built not from wood or steel, but from memory, hesitation, and the weight of choice. It does not punish, it does not reward, it simply remembers what you didn't do, and offers you the space to do it. One last ride, one unmade decision waiting in fog, and when it arrives, it doesn't knock, it doesn't blare horns, it doesn't force you, it simply waits. Ramp down, lights on, name etched into the panel just a little too close to your own. The only question is whether you'll board this time. There is a moment some people speak of, not as folklore, not as myth, but as a feeling. It comes quietly, unannounced. You're standing at a bus stop, staring at an escalator, holding a door open, just a little too long, and for the briefest instant, you feel something watching, not hostile, not curious, just present. As if something expected you to move, to take a step, to say yes, but you didn't. And in that breathless pause, before you even register the missed moment, something else has already marked it. That mark is the only currency the ferry needs. Of all the confirmed sightings, there's one that continues to trouble investigators. A Coast Guard officer stationed along a desolate stretch of New Zealand shoreline reported seeing lights out at sea. Not distress flares, not other ships, but a full row of cabin windows, glowing soft yellow through a veil of fog. He was alone that night. The radar showed no vessels. Still, protocol demanded he use the binoculars. What he saw made him drop them. The ferry wasn't just drifting, it was waiting, just offshore, too large to approach undetected, too still to be held by tide. Its deck was lined with people, dozens, standing motionless, facing inland. Their clothes were outdated, not antique, just slightly off. Patterns no longer made, coats of unusual length, shoes with no brand, all staring toward shore, as if watching for something, or someone. But what shattered the officer's composure wasn't the passengers. It was the empty space among them. Gaps. Specific gaps, as if certain places had been left open, reserved. One of those spaces was directly across from the officer's tower. He never filed the report. Instead, he went off-grid, moved to a remote part of the interior, and cut contact with everyone. His last known email was to his brother. One line, it came back: "I never boarded. I never will." But someone else did. A week later, A local hiker found a trail of perfectly dry footprints leading from the edge of the ocean to a bench near the cliffside. Sitting on the bench was a pair of gloves, folded neatly. Underneath them, etched into the wood with precision, a message: presence acknowledged, absence redeemed. What followed was the most deeply investigated incident tied to the ferry, the three-night echo. 3 separate ferry terminals, on 3 continents, simultaneously experienced what passengers would later describe as a mirrored crowd. People lined up for the last boat of the night. All began noticing that those around them weren't speaking, weren't blinking, weren't even breathing. But they weren't statues. They reacted slightly, subtly, only when you tried to leave. One woman said she turned around to exit the queue and felt a hand gently grip her coat. When she spun, no one was there, but her sleeve bore the distinct outline of 5 wet fingers. The ferry never arrived that night, but the signs remained. A humming on the intercom that staff couldn't turn off. Ticket counters that printed blank stubs with no customer present. CCTV footage from one terminal showed people queuing in silence, rows of passengers, unmoving. Yet every person interviewed afterward insisted the terminal had been empty when they arrived. And always, someone remembered a door that shouldn't have been there. In one case, a janitor claimed to have seen a long hallway where the bathrooms should have been, lined with brass lanterns and wooden beams that creaked not from strain, but from breathing. He walked for a few steps before realizing the hallway was growing narrower, not architecturally. Physically, the air thickened, like syrup. The light dimmed, but not because of shadows. It was as if his eyes were being drawn inward, like his pupils had started sinking. He turned back. The hallway was gone. The wall was solid, but the key card in his pocket had changed. It no longer opened janitor closets. It now read Cabin 8B, a cabin that doesn't exist on any modern ship. But when he searched the port's older records, buried in archival manifests from vessels long since decommissioned, he found one mention, on a manifest with every passenger name redacted, all except one, his. That was the final piece for many. The ferry does not seek passengers, it remembers them, not because they boarded, but because they should have. That distinction changes everything, because what haunts people isn't the fear of vanishing, but the growing suspicion that something waited for them once, and they ignored it. And now it returns again and again, a loop of potentiality collapsing into form. Somewhere at sea, just beyond where the GPS loses signal, and the air begins to press back, there's a space carved out by unfinished intention. The ferry exists there, half dream, half invitation. Every cabin a missed opportunity. Every hallway an alternate version of a moment you chose not to follow. And its passengers. They are not lost souls. They are not ghosts. They are the echoes of unmade choices. People who stepped out of line once, hesitated once, declined one offer they were meant to accept, and in doing so, they left behind a vacancy that cannot be ignored. The ferry does not resent them, it waits, and when it appears again, lit softly in the fog, the choice will not be about redemption, it will not be about punishment, it will be about acknowledgement, a reckoning with a moment so small you forgot it, but so large it remembered you. One ramp, one name on the panel, one open cabin. Will you board this time? The coordinates came from a sailor who had never stepped foot on land. That's what the record said. A ghost transmission, intercepted by a passing freighter on an empty channel, one that hadn't been active in decades. The voice was low, deliberate, soaked in salt and static. It didn't ask for help. It didn't call for rescue. It simply said, "Still here, still dry, still sinking," and then it gave a string of numbers. Not as a plea, but as a statement of fact. They followed it. Not because they believed, but because they couldn't not. The ocean felt heavier at those coordinates. The water, still, no wind, no swell. Just an expanse of glass-like blackness that seemed to swallow sonar like breath into cloth. But there was no wreck on the radar. Nothing broken, nothing submerged. The scanners didn't even return the seabed. Just a dead spot, flat and blank. So they looked with eyes instead of instruments. And when the clouds broke, they saw it. It was a full vessel, upright, massive, A liner, but not of any known class. It shimmered like oil-slicked wood, casting reflections that didn't match the sky. The name on the bow had no letters, only a shape, like a spiral folding inward, always tightening, never closing. But here's the impossible part. It wasn't in the water, it was beneath it, resting just below the surface, not floating, not sunk, resting, like something hovering just out of reach. And the most unsettling detail was that it was dry, completely dry. The decks, the railings, even the lanterns hanging from the beams, untouched by water. The ocean simply parted around it, held away by something that wasn't pressure or force, something conceptual. They launched a drone. As it descended, the visuals began to distort, not from pressure or distance, but like the lens itself didn't understand what it was seeing. Angles folded, light bent, and when the drone reached the edge of the vessel's hull, its sensors glitched entirely. But the camera caught one image before the feed collapsed. A man, standing at the bow, not waving, not gesturing, just waiting. He was dry too. There was no record of a ship being built with those dimensions. No log of any vessel going down in that sector. And yet the sonar logs from that region showed that something had always been there. For years, maybe longer, not moving, not decaying, just existing, silently, as if the ocean had forgotten to finish what it started. And then came the currents. From the moment the ship was sighted, the surrounding sea began to spiral gently inward, not violently, almost reverently. It was as though the water recognized the vessel and bowed to it, curving around it in a soft, unending rotation. The freighter's own position began to drift, not because of engine failure, but because the sea itself wanted to bring them closer. They cut engines, dropped anchor. It didn't matter. They were being drawn in. Then the clock stopped. Not all at once, not dramatically, just slowly. The second hand ticked slower and slower. The digital readouts began to lag, as if time itself were deferring to something deeper, something older, and the light changed. The sun above dimmed, not with clouds but with a thickening of atmosphere, a density in the air that shouldn't have been there, a pressure that didn't push down, but pulled inward. They tried to turn back, but the sea had other plans. That's when the radios started catching noise. Low at first, a clicking, like someone tapping on metal with a spoon. Then a hum, not mechanical, not even electronic. It was vocal. A voice singing at a pitch so low it made teeth vibrate. The song had no melody, just a rhythm of descending notes, as if remembering how to breathe. And someone on the crew recognized it. He claimed it was the same rhythm his grandfather used to tap when carving boats by hand. A rhythm passed down, generation to generation, without anyone ever asking why. Just a part of their bloodline. But now here in the middle of nowhere that rhythm was returning from a ship that shouldn't exist, in a voice that didn't carry over air but through water, metal, bone. One of the engineers cracked. He said they needed to board it, that he knew where the stairs would be, that the vessel had been calling him since before he was born. He jumped overboard. He didn't splash. He sank, slowly, gently, like a stone into syrup. His body never surfaced. But a minute later, a light appeared in one of the lower portholes. Not mechanical light, firelight. The flicker of a lamp being carried through a corridor, and the shadows behind it, moving. Then the engines restarted on their own. The freighter began turning, unmoored, every control unresponsive. They weren't steering anymore. They were being led. And on the screen where the navigation map should have been, a new route appeared, one with no endpoints. Just a loop, a spiral. The same symbol etched onto the phantom ship's bow. They cut power. It didn't help. And then with no wind, no wave, no storm, the ghost ship rose. Not all of it. Just enough to break the surface. The water curled around it like film peeling back. The hull was vast, textured like old wood and polished obsidian, breathing not with sound, but with vibration. A pulse. And as it rose, the name on the side shifted, not in shape but in recognition. Everyone on the freighter read something different. Some saw the name of a lost loved one. Some saw the name of a childhood street. Some saw a word they didn't know but understood in their bones, because this wasn't a shipwreck, it was a memory, and memories, once forgotten, don't rot, they wait, until the ocean exhales again. There is a silence that only the deep carries, not emptiness, not absence, a silence with weight, the kind that presses against the chest and leaves no echo behind. That was the silence surrounding the shipwreck that never sank, no sound of seagulls, no lap of waves, no wind on metal, just a stillness that seemed to originate from the vessel itself, as though it had absorbed all noise into memory and had never once spoken it back. The freighter, still powerless to resist the spiral current, was now caught in orbit. Instruments didn't fail, they surrendered. The compass needles aligned with the ship instead of magnetic north. The radar refused to sweep. Even the clocks, long since stilled, now ticked in reverse. One slow beat every 10 seconds, backwards, and then the lights came on. One by one, long horizontal windows lining the wreck lit up, not all at once, but with a deliberate rhythm, like an awakening, or worse, a response. There was no crew visible inside, no silhouettes, just dim, golden illumination, pouring through thick glass, making the water around it shimmer like molten brass. It looked warm, welcoming, even. And that was the most unsettling part, because deep down, every sailor watching it felt the same unspoken thing. They had been here before, not in body, but in possibility. And that's when the fog rolled in, not from the horizon, not from the air. From below, it rose through the water, curling over the deck of the phantom ship, billowing up toward the sky, a tide of mist that refused to drift. It clung to the rails, draped over the bow, filled the air between the two vessels, until visibility dropped to a few feet. Radios cut out, spotlights dimmed, a few crewmen swore they could see stairs descending from the ghost ship's upper deck, a gangway lowering, impossibly long, extending across the chasm of water, hovering above the surface like a memory unfinished. One man stepped forward, not the same engineer who leapt before, a deckhand, quiet, calm, he said. I think I dreamed this. He wasn't frightened, he wasn't confused, just sure. He didn't ask for permission, he didn't wait for orders. He climbed onto the railing, reached into the fog, and vanished, not by distance but by discontinuity. One moment he was there, the next, gone, and something changed in the shipwreck. The lights inside shifted color, just slightly, from warm yellow to deeper amber, a tonal shift, like a memory adjusting its temperature, and the fog began to pull back, peeling away from the freighter, receding not outward, but inward, back into the ghost ship, as though inhaled. That's when they saw the passengers, dozens, maybe hundreds, not boarding, not departing, just present, standing behind the windows, each with a hand pressed lightly to the glass. None blinked, none moved, their faces were human, but not quite right, too symmetrical. Eyes too still, mouths closed, but uncertain, as if they were waiting for the script of their existence to resume. And then the vessel began to tilt, not sink, not shift from storm, it bowed, to the freighter, a gesture, not of submission, of invitation, and when it did, every screen on board lit up, despite the systems being offline, no input, no command, just static, and in that static, one symbol began to form, line by line, slowly, deliberately, a spiral, tightening, then below it, a single phrase, you left something behind. Suddenly, memories flooded the minds of the freighter's crew, but not theirs, at least, not entirely, scenes from other lives, other times. Things that hadn't happened, but could have, choices not taken, words not said. All carried on waves of emotion so vivid, they brought several to their knees. One man saw a version of himself as a pianist, playing in a room with no audience. Another saw herself as a mother, reaching for a child that didn't exist. Another watched themselves decline a boarding ramp, this exact one, years ago, in a dream long forgotten, whispering, not yet, and turning away. It wasn't nostalgia, it was accounting, because this ship wasn't just built from timber or steel, It was made from unrealized timelines, stitched together and shaped into something real enough to haunt the sea. The passengers, they weren't ghosts, they were echoes of you, versions that stepped onto the deck when you didn't. The crew fell silent, a few wept, one laughed until he collapsed, but no one touched the rail again, no one followed the deckhand. They didn't have to, because the ship began to sink, not down, but away, folding into itself, decks collapsing inward, like pages closing in a book, light vanishing, windows blinking out. And when it was gone, not even the ripple remained. The ocean was still, the sky clear, the instruments returned. But on the deck of the freighter, where the fog had touched, symbols were burned into the paint, too shallow to gouge the metal, too deep to scrub away. Every crew member found one, beside where they stood. All different, all correct, and in the logbook, the captain found one final message scrawled in his own handwriting, though he hadn't written it. You boarded once, just not yet. The ocean was calm for 3 days. Not just calm in the sense of weather or tide, but spiritually quiet. The kind of stillness that presses its hand across your mouth before you scream. The crew didn't speak of what they saw, didn't record it, didn't log it, because to do so would be to acknowledge it was real. And if it was real, then so were the questions it left behind. But silence has gravity, and when it holds long enough, something always breaks. It was the night cook who finally spoke. She had always been steady, practical, unshaken, even in squalls. But on the third night, as the sky turned black and the water took on a shade too dark to reflect stars, she found something in the galley freezer. Not food, not ice. A glove, damp, folded, placed upright on a stack of sealed tins where no one had been. It wasn't hers, and no one else admitted to touching the freezer in 2 days. Inside the glove was a slip of paper, perfectly dry despite its surroundings. On it, in soft graphite, were 9 words. You already left. This is your second chance. She didn't report it. She just left it there. By morning it was gone. After that, the boundaries began to blur. It started small, floorboards sounding under feet that weren't there. The occasional clink of porcelain from the mess hall when no one had eaten. But soon, it escalated. Crew members began losing time, not hours, moments. Seconds when their bodies kept moving, but their minds didn't. One man found himself halfway through tying a knot he didn't know how to begin. Another woke in his bunk with a completed page of writing in his own hand, but in a language he had never spoken. A translator later said, the page was a prayer, but not to a deity. It was a prayer of recognition, addressed to the vessel of shadows, keeper of decisions unmade. The nightmares came next. Not chaotic ones, not bloody or monstrous, just quiet. Dreams where the crew were standing at docks watching ships arrive, but they weren't choosing whether to board, they were watching themselves choose, over and over. Alternate versions of their lives flickering like film strips, each one defined by a single step forward or a single step back. Some crewmen awoke weeping, not from fear, but from grief. Grief over lives unlived, choices not taken, a sorrow so old it had turned gentle. And in each dream, a single figure stood on the deck of the ship, always the same, dressed in dark grey, tall, motionless. No face, only a smooth surface where one should have been, like wet clay, awaiting a sculptor. He never moved. But he watched. The ship's captain, hardened by decades of command, finally confessed to something he had hidden. In his pocket was a ferry stub, real, textured, perforated. But from a company that didn't exist. He claimed it had appeared in his cabin drawer 2 days after the phantom vessel vanished. The destination was listed simply as departure. That's all it said. No return, no time, just departure. The crew begged to turn around, but the ocean had no more wind. Every attempt to steer felt like pushing against molasses. The vessel continued, slow and deliberate, as if following a route etched beneath the waves. Not guided by navigation, but by intention. The route deepened, not in water, but in meaning. The deeper they went, the more the sea around them changed. They began to pass through zones of temperature that shouldn't exist. Warm currents twisting like breath, pockets of cold dense enough to flash freeze condensation on railings. And sometimes, the sky itself shimmered with distortion, like heat rising off asphalt, though it was cold enough to crack steel. The engineer, who had been silent since the first sighting, finally said, "We're not moving forward, we're sinking into something." The ocean didn't rise. The ship didn't descend. But the world around them narrowed. Horizon lines shrank. Clouds curved. Light bent. It felt as though the sea were closing into a tunnel, one not visible to the eye, but felt in the bones. And then came the knocking, not loud, not forceful, just a gentle tap, tap, on the hull. Always 3 knocks, always from a part of the ship submerged. When they lowered a camera over the side to investigate, it saw only black. Then a handprint, brief, pale, pressed gently against the lens, followed by a voice, barely audible through the static. Not screaming, not pleading, just saying, "It's still dry." After that night, the ship's layout began to change. Subtle at first, a hallway a little longer than memory, a bulkhead door that didn't exist before, a staircase spiraling slightly more than it should have. But eventually, the crew discovered entire rooms they'd never seen, cabins that hadn't been there yesterday, and in one, a table was laid, set for dinner, 13 chairs, 13 plates. No food, just folded napkins, each stitched with a name, their names. Not last names, not full names, just first names, written in the same calm, exacting hand. They didn't speak about it, but they didn't destroy it either, because by then something unspoken had taken hold. They weren't just afraid the shipwreck would return, they were afraid it never left. It was all around them now, woven into the hallways, reflected in the portholes, echoing in the machinery. Not as a presence, but as a shadow, as if the ghost ship hadn't emerged from the sea, but had always been with them, layered just beneath the metal and wood, waiting for a moment to rise through. And then one morning, the deckhand who had vanished, who had stepped into the fog on the gangway and disappeared, came back. He was found standing on the foredeck at dawn, soaked, silent. His eyes were closed, his lips moving without sound, a slight smile on his face. In his hand a single item, a lantern, still lit, dry flame. He didn't speak. Not for days, but he moved differently, as if no longer tied to gravity in the same way. He walked like someone who had learned how to leave. When he did speak, he only said one thing. It didn't want anything from us. It just needed to be remembered. And with that, the storm came. Not rain, not wind, just pressure. An impossible density that blanketed the ship, choked the sky, and made the sea stand still like stone. The fog returned, but this time from every direction. The world folded, outside folded inward. No horizon, no up, no down, only mist and silence. They heard the horn. Not a blast, but a hum, low, tuning fork deep, and once again, through the wall of fog, the shipwreck returned. But this time, it was above the water, floating, complete, and empty. No lights, no passengers, just an open ramp, waiting. And then impossibly, another ship appeared, behind it, and then another, and another. Each one identical, each one slightly different, as if the sea had kept every version of the shipwreck, from every choice never made, and brought them all to the surface at once. A procession of memory. A fleet of might-have-beens, stretching across the horizon, each one calling to someone, and as the freighter stood still in the glass sea, every crew member felt it, an individual pull, a sense of direction that wasn't north, south, east or west, but inward, toward the ship made from the moment they didn't say yes, the decision they turned from, the version of themselves that left the dock while they stayed, and they knew, this wasn't the end of a journey. This was the start of all the ones that never began. They didn't speak. No one had to. The silence had grown thick enough to carry meaning on its own, dense as fog, charged like a current humming just beneath skin. The crew stood scattered across the freighter's deck, each one facing a different ghost. Some stared at the vessel with the crimson hull and shattered windows. Others looked toward the ship, with no upper deck, only an endless spiral staircase rising into mist. A few saw no ship at all, only reflections on the sea that did not ripple, did not blink. Yet, each man and woman knew exactly which one was theirs. There was no discussion, no vote. Some began to step toward the rails. Others gripped them as though to anchor themselves to a world that had already begun letting go. One officer, always pragmatic, turned and asked the captain if they were being boarded. The captain did not reply. He was reading something in his hands, though none had seen him pick up a page. It was a manifest. One line only: passenger, you cabin, already open departure. Always he let the page burn in his palm, flame catching as if from memory alone. And then the water changed, not in color or tide, but in density of meaning. It no longer felt like water. The crew said later, it had become aware, not alive, not sentient, aware, as if the sea, long a medium through which things moved, had now become a mind, through which things were understood. Every ship that waited in the fog, each unique but impossibly mirrored, shifted slightly in place, adjusting to the attention of those watching. No two shadows fell the same way. No two horns sounded with the same distant breath. One crewman saw a ship constructed entirely of staircases. Another watched a vessel made of bone, its masts vertebrae, its sails stretched like ancient vellum. A third stared into a hull shaped like his childhood home, 3 stories tall, and painted the wrong shade of green. And yet all of them were true, just like the shipwreck that had first risen before them, each one not an event, but an echo, a place that held the weight of something left unfinished. They were not being hunted, they were being remembered. The cook who found the glove now stood at the stern, watching a vessel shaped like a fishing trawler, small and rusted, rocking gently in air, instead of sea. A single light flickered on its deck. Inside she could see a table set for 3, her mother, her daughter, a man whose face was lost to age and regret. They weren't moving, but they were waiting. A mechanic wept openly. His ship was a construction barge, half-formed and wrapped in scaffolding. There was no light aboard, only sound, distant laughter, muffled music, and the clink of tools. Somewhere inside it, he could hear his own voice telling jokes he had never said, promises never made, and a child's footsteps running across metal that should never have held joy. Each ship was made from a fracture, each held a version of the life they didn't choose. But none of them offered answers, only the invitation to witness, and it was enough. One by one crew members climbed over the rails, not falling, not diving, stepping, as if onto solid ground. The sea didn't splash, the ships didn't tilt. The moment a foot passed through the threshold, the fog embraced it like a door closing behind a long-lost friend. Some ships blinked out immediately after being boarded. Others lingered, waiting perhaps for someone else to remember what had been left behind. The captain was the last to move. He walked the length of the freighter in silence, stopping at each railing, each post, each hatch. He touched them all once, as if sealing something, or maybe saying goodbye. And when he reached the front of the vessel, his ship, the first one that had appeared, the one with the wordless name, drifted closer. The ramp extended. He took off his coat, folded it over his arm, and stepped forward. Before he vanished, he looked once more into the fog, eyes steady, lips unmoving, and then without fanfare, he was gone. The freighter sat alone, drifting, directionless, and yet, not lost, because in the galley freezer, where once there had been a glove, now sat a key, brass, ornate, cold to the touch, but humming faintly. Tied to it with a velvet ribbon was a note, a single phrase engraved, not written: another may come, be kind. Eventually the freighter was found by a salvage crew, empty, powerless, perfectly preserved. They searched every deck, every cabin, and deep in the engine room, etched into the metal plating, was a spiral, tightening. Within it, a name no one could read, a name everyone somehow understood. The crew was never found, but the sea now whispers with more voices than ever before. Not screams, not cries, just a hum, endless, gentle, waiting. Because some shipwrecks don't sink, they become the tide. Some say the sea forgets, that with time and tide, it buries everything, wreckage, memory, mistake. But after drifting with these stories, you begin to understand the ocean doesn't forget. It archives, quietly, deeply. It folds each moment into layers of salt and current, hides them beneath waves, and waits for us to listen again. The ships we spoke of tonight, they're not just broken wood and rusted steel. They're questions left unanswered, doors left ajar, echoes of choices too strange to explain and too real to dismiss. Maybe you're still wondering if they're true, if the ghost ramp lowered in silence, if the spiral etched itself in the hull, if a man ever returned carrying dry fire in a soaked hand. But the ocean isn't concerned with proof. It doesn't trade in evidence. It trades in feeling. And right now, if something inside you feels heavier, if the air in your room sits just a little different, then maybe, just maybe, part of you has heard a call you didn't realize you were waiting for. So before you go, tell me again, where were you listening from? And what time is it now? Has the hour changed since we began? Has the silence around you shifted? Drop it in the comments. Let's map the reach of these mysteries together. And if you find yourself by water soon, don't just look at the surface. Listen, lean closer. Let the current tug gently at your ankles. Not every wreck is beneath you. Some are waiting beside you. Others are watching from within. Thank you for sailing with us into the places science doesn't chart and history can't explain. Until next time, let the tide carry your thoughts. And may your anchor always rest where the questions are deepest. Sleep well, dream strange.